I, Muruli Mukasa Wilson, swear in the name of the Almighty that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Uganda, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. So help me God. I, Muruli Mukasa Wilson, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I'll give faithful service to this Parliament and support and uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as by law established. So help me God.
Congratulations, Honorable Minister. I want to welcome you to this house. You're not a stranger. You've been here before. And based on that, I am giving you the Constitution and the rules of procedure of Parliament to help you in your day-to-day activities. We wish you well in your new assignment. Congratulations.
Item number 3 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you in today's sitting. I'll begin today's communication on a congratulatory note. On Friday, 30th July 2021, Uganda's contingent to Tokyo Olympics registered a momentum milestone with our members who were running, that is Joshua Cheptegei and Jacob Kilimoi, winning silver and bronze respectively. We want to congratulate them and we want to congratulate Uganda. In the 10,000 meter finals, that's when they won that. This is the first time Uganda is winning 2 medals in the same athletics. We are proud of those people, and we'll make sure as government of Uganda, we continue supporting sports because our flag is flying high in Tokyo. Yet we are not even there, but we have a few individuals who are representing us. We congratulate the Ugandan team and appreciate their efforts to athletics in gallantly flying our national flag. I also recognize the effort of our other athletes. That is Halima Nakai, Winnie Nanyondo, Shilda Neni, Ronald Musangala. I urge them to use the same lesson that has been got from Tokyo to perform even better in the future. They tried their best. We continue to pray for our athletes to win these remaining track and field activities bestowed upon the country that may give Uganda the glory. As a house, we have been clear and loud in recognizing the importance of favorable public policies in nurturing sports and arts. As we await for remarkable performance from the athletes, I implore government to allocate more resources to sports and the arts given to immense mileage that is doing in promoting the image of the country. The National Budget Framework Paper that will be tabled in this House before the end of this year should clearly demonstrate more commitment in funding for sports and other arts. I would like to inform you that Uganda Revenue Authority has put a tent just beside here in the parking, and that tent is meant to educate you on your tax obligations. Kindly, when you get time, please visit their tent and you will get more information in regards to your tax obligation. Honorable members, today's sitting will consider a motion to record a vote of thanks to His Excellency the President for a clear and concise exposition of government policy during his State of Nation address on 4th June 2021. Pursuant to Rule 53(1) of the Rules of Procedure, the leader of opposition will be accorded opportunity to make a statement in reply to the State of Nation address. Then the motion thanking the President will come in. I want to thank you so much. We have matters of national importance. We will handle about 5 matters. Honorable Kavanda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and honorable members, you all remember that Cabinet made a decision to rationalize public service by abolishing, mainstreaming or merging a number of agencies with their parent ministries in order to streamline public administration and supervision, in order to avoid duplication of services and to reduce public expenditure. Whereas some agencies were retained, a decision was made to abolish UNRWA and have its current services executed by the Ministry of Works and Transport. Right, Honorable Speaker, abolishing UNRWA will have the following impacts on the socio-economic transformation of the country. 1, future projects. UNRWA is in the process of operationalizing expressways, toll roads, which will be a catalyst for industrialization and economic growth and are expected to generate at least $2 billion in total revenue in the next 20 years and create 2,000 jobs for the first 3 toll roads. 2, employment of the youth and the women. UNRWA has been running a program of Uganda shillings 20 billion allocated to activities through labor-based contracts UNRWA plans to enhance this program in the next 5 years to increase the number of beneficiaries to 20,000 through youth reservation scheme under development projects. 3, Madam Speaker, the adoption of parish development model. The authority has adopted the parish development model in the management and maintenance of roads as one of the key mechanisms of positively transitioning households in order to enhance their socio-economic transformation. The youth and women to be employed in the labor-based contract arrangement, as well as through unskilled employment opportunities or new projects, shall be identified and monitored through.
Honorable, summarize your matter of national importance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through parish development model, this will enable the youth, women to be engaged in the money-making economy. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, the transfer of UNRWA workload to Ministry of Works and Transport would amount to a reversal of the Ministry of Works and Transport reforms of the 1990s, where in creating UNRWA, Ministry of Works sought to commercialize the roads subsector to operate in a business-like manner, which an accountability framework that promotes performance and adopt sound business practice and managerial accountability through effective use of systems and procedure. Madam Speaker, I would pray that UNRWA should remain a semi-autonomous institution, but have the current structure reviewed to optimize resources and reduce overhead costs, including replacing the current UNRWA board function with a 3-person supervisory committee chaired by the PS, Ministry of Works and Transport. Madam Speaker, lastly, this will ensure improved political oversight over UNRWA for purposes of further service delivery in the sector. Madam Speaker, I also request you that you use your good office to engage the head of state in this matter so that UNRWA can remain autonomous. I beg to submit, Madam.
Thank you, Honorable Kasamba David. Kabanda David. Government.
Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, I would like to pay gratitude to Honorable Kabanda for presenting this petition. Indeed, the petition has been received by the Ministry of Public Service. Right Honorable Speaker, it is being considered. And indeed, the Minister of Works will get an opportunity to again elaborate this petition before the Cabinet Subcommittee, but very soon. What I would like, by the way, to say is to allay the fears of the Honorable Petitioner that indeed the functions of UNRWA are not going to be lost. So all these good benefits that he has outlined in the petition are not going to be lost. And also, finally, before a decision or a move is taken actually to change or disband UNRWA, the matter will again go back to Cabinet. And it will be Cabinet at that stage, in its wisdom, to say, yes, let UNRWA stay or let it go. But one thing is clear, Right Honorable Speaker, that the functions of UNRWA are not going to be lost, and the good benefits that UNRWA has been bestowing this country, and all the obligations and contracts and whatever which UNRWA has undertaken are not going to be lost. And there's not going to be any loss to the country. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, thank you for your response. But one thing you need to bear in mind that UNRWA was enacted by Act of Parliament. So it's not just a matter of dissolving it from nowhere. There's a clarification. Honorable Silvani. Patrick? Yes, Patrick. Then Honorable Silvani.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I had stood up to seek clarification from the minister. We've heard this story of merging institutions of government, which is welcome. Maybe it is intended to reduce public expenditure. My clarification is, are you intending to come back to Parliament? Because some of these institutions are, like the Honorable Speaker has pointed out, are created by acts of Parliament. It is very absurd that cabinet sits wherever they sit and they think they are going to overrun the laws created by this House. I need your clarification. When are you coming to Parliament? Before you even assure us that the good deeds of UNRWA are not going to be lost. When are you coming to Parliament with amendments in the rules, in the laws available governing those institutions? Thank you.
Honorable Silvani.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, I rise on a matter of national importance.
Honorable Silvani, we're still on UNRWA. You'll come after that. Please. On UNRWA, Minister, can you respond to us? Even there's a minute of works here.
Maybe, Right Honorable, could I raise my issue on UNRWA before the minister responds?
Let the minister, let's finish one thing at a go. Then you come.
On
Is it
UNRWA,
related?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Right Honorable, I remember I was one of the first members of Parliament that addressed the press and the country when the issues of merging agencies came and when Cabinet had just started talking about it. Right Honorable, a team was even invited to Cabinet to make a small presentation in the initial stages. But when you look at UNRWA today, UNRWA did not just wake up one day and come into being. UNRWA is established by an act of Parliament, Right Honorable. Therefore, what would be right for the minister to do, and the clarification that I want is, are we going to amend the law to do the merging? Then two, who is going to monitor? Because you know the speed with which UNRWA has been doing and implementing its activities is because there has been an agency that is being monitored by the ministry. What system are you going to use to monitor UNRWA to quicken the road networks in Uganda? Because you know the bureaucracy in the ministries and in government, everything moves at a snail speed. What are the checks that you're going to put there so that you monitor UNRWA? Because I strongly agree that much as we want to merge the agencies, some of these agencies should be left independent, especially the essential agencies that benefit Ugandans like UNRWA.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm raising on a point of order.
You're ordering.
Under Order 82. Madam Speaker, there is a member here who was once warned to dress properly while in the House. He is back in the House without a necktie for the second time. I humbly pray and is it in order, Madam Speaker, for the member to be in the House without a necktie? Is he in order?
Where is the member? Where is the member?
Is sitting neighbor, the honorable member of parliament dressed in red. The lady.
Member, if you know you don't have a tie, please. Members, it is an embarrassment for you to come to the house when you're not dressed in a parliamentary way. Kindly do remember that you should be dressed in a parliamentary way. Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm Kabahenda Flavia Rwabhoro, the MP Chegegwa. I would like to seek clarification from the Honorable Minister for Public Service on the issue of mergers that the Ministry of Public Service has written already to some or most of the organizations and agencies that they have proposed for merging, stopping them from recruiting until the merger happens. Madam Speaker, we have so many workers who are retiring. We have so many gaps in staffing. We don't know when the merger will take place. We have not even looked at the laws to repeal or uphold. And now you tell the agencies to stop recruiting and you cause a panic in the agencies. May the minister speak to this and allow agencies and ministries and departments to continue to recruit until the merger happens, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister. Yes, another clarification.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The clarification I want to seek from the minister, whether he can tamper and disband or make a merger before bringing back to Parliament where the laws that put in place these entities is brought to Parliament to repeal them. Honorable Speaker, UNRWA has an act. Uganda Road Fund has an act. And unfortunately, now we have an Attorney General whom I trust very well. I would like to get his opinion. For anything right now, Speaker, where you are merging these entities, there are people who are going to lose jobs. For example, when you go to Ministry of Works, the workers there are earning maybe 3 million per month, 5 million. These commissioners are earning over 50 million per month. Others have got lead cars. They have escorts with them. They are kings in their entities. Now, if this law was passed by Parliament, putting in place the Uganda UNRWA Act, the Uganda Road Act, they must come back to Parliament for any repeal. So I want to find out from Honorable Muruli Mukasa, who has just come back today as an ex-official, to explain to us whether as a minister, he will merge these entities without bringing back the law to Parliament. Because at the end of the day, no Speaker, there will be matters of litigation against Parliament and the government and the Attorney General. So the Attorney General is there. He can give his opinion. I know Muruli Mukasa might say, bring matters out of excitement, but we must talk about law now. And the legal brains are here to give you the best currents in what you are saying. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Can I hear from Honorable Cheru, because I've seen a letter written by him.
Honorable Speaker, I have a clarification.
Madam Speaker, this side also.
Just a minute. Let Mr. Honorable Cheru give us, then you come in. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I want to thank our honorable colleague for that concern, and generally the members of Parliament for the concern they have in the sector of works and transport. Right Honorable Speaker, the strength of our government is mainly founded on many things, but two major achievements. Securing the entire country is one.
Secondly, opening the country up, Madam Speaker. That today you can drive from here and be in Bundubujo in the next 5 hours is one of our very big achievements. And it is one of those milestones that help NRM to fly its flag. It is true, Madam Speaker, that Cabinet resolved to move in the direction of rationalization for reasons that the Minister of Public Service will, I'm sure at an appropriate time, come and clearly articulate to this august House. The decision that was taken in Cabinet was that one, the Minister of Public Service working with agencies will study these agencies carefully, and they should not touch particularly those that generate revenue. And also look at critically some of those agencies that are extremely significant, and dismantling them may have far-reaching consequences. What we have done, Madam Speaker, we allowed by the same Cabinet to send our written petitions to the Minister of Public Service. Then the Minister of Public Service studies, compares our petition with the studies they have undertaken, then it comes with a comprehensive report that they will table before Cabinet, and the Cabinet will debate it. On the basis of what we agree from there, the Minister of Public Service will then proceed to this august House to make a comprehensive presentation that again will elicit a debate and also ask us to amend the necessary laws to make their suggestions work. So as for UNRWA, Madam Speaker, we have, as a ministry, we would be very excited to have it come back because it gives us clout, it gives us, but we know the ramifications. Chances are that it will take us a bit of time trying to adjust to a new situation, and yet to have a mandate of 5 years that we must be seen to have executed a number of programs. So we have made a petition, it is being studied, and I want to allay the fear of my honorable colleagues that government will go systematically, but again, we'll also bring this to your attention so that you can see how we proceed. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Okot John Amos, Member of Parliament for Agago, North County. Madam Speaker, these issues about merging of agencies is not only being heard about the UNRWA or Minister of Works. Of recent also, we got some information that the District Service Commission is also being studied so that their roles and responsibilities should come back to Public Service Commission. In this note, therefore, Madam Speaker, it would also be right for the ministry to let the Parliament know exactly if that is the way to go, so that these things will not take people by surprise in any form. Because, you know, the local government has been formed as a result of article of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. That is the information I want to put across to the House as well, so that we don't only restrict ourselves to Ministry of Works, but also to go broader and see the entire units regarding the merging of different agencies. I thank you.
Okay, Honorable Muruli, take a note. There is a hand.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Opio Samuel, MP Kole North. On the issues of merger, I would like the minister to come out clearly on this House and tell us whether this merger process has begun. I was in one of the institutions last week, that is Rural Electrification Agency, and I raised my issues, but I was forwarded to the Ministry of Energy to have those issues addressed. And the reasons that were given was that the merger had begun. So I want to know from the Honorable Minister, has the merger begun? We may be here trying to discuss when actually the when has already happened. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I'm called Musila John from Bobolo East. I want to thank the minister for what he has said. There is a lot of panic around the country, especially with our civil service and many other institutions. I come from the background of local government. I was LC5. And when this issue of getting district service commissions merged up into a regional one, it raised a lot of tension down there, and I know that tension is there. However, Madam Speaker, as a country, we need to speak with the notion that there are institutions we have grown up and should be retained. I am in tandem with Honorable Serwanyi for what he said, especially where acts of parliament were created, and we need to come back to parliament for if we want to undo. But the truth also is, some of these agencies really need to be merged. For example, what would be the difference between Uganda Wildlife Authority and the Uganda Wildlife Education Center at Entebbe? Sincerely. So like Honorable Chweru said, we need to study those ones, study deeply. For example, UNRWA and then Road Fund and whatever the case. So Madam Speaker, some of them we have brought them up very well, gotten our younger people who have all now the experience. I can give you the example of a UNRWA road from Mbale to Ruaha in my constituents, connecting to Kenya. Now, the Kenyan side, I think through some MOU has already also made their own road connecting to Ruaha. I want to end there. I mean, just 1 minute, Madam Speaker. Now, when the Kenyans come to Uganda, the admiration of our road is so high, it gives us a name. And all those congrats come to us as a nation and our younger people for what they are doing, especially from UNRWA. So we got to be very careful as we study this. There should be a deliberate committee to study this, recommend, and then we will see what to do. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam
The
Speaker.
last one.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Polot.
Yeah, my name is Polot Simon Peter. I represent Kanyum County in Kumi District. Madam Speaker, the issue of emerging agencies, we should take it as a very serious issue. One, there is information that the forces that want to weaken government will always come in a form of division. They will look into a powerful ministry, like Works, for example, study that it is this power of togetherness that makes the government stand. So they will come with a trick of dividing by creating an agency. So when government is talking of emerging agencies, I highly support it. And I applaud the House to actually come to support it. Because when, for example, you are a family, if somebody wants to rule you properly,
Order.
he will.
There's an order here.
Madam Speaker, is the member of Parliament, Mr. Honorable Polot, in order to rise on information and start debating on a matter of national importance, which has not been subjected to debate, and expects this House to kowtow in the same line?
Members, the issue of the merger is a very serious issue. We've also agreed in this House, we've agreed in this August House, maybe the Minister Muruli should come up with a paper in regard to that. Honorable Muruli, you need to advise the House on the issue of the merger. Much as we want a merger, not for all the institutions. There are some institutions that are still very important, but there are others that there's almost duplication of work. So you need to come up with a paper, since this House was the one that made an act. So it should still be this House to make sure that we have this institutions merged with the mother ministries. Honorable Silwanyi. Pardon? Minister Bunyoro. The minister, you want to clarify? Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, there is a roadmap which has been drawn up. And indeed, I'd like to assure this August House that this issue of rationalization, merging, scrapping some of the agencies, and mainstreaming will inevitably come back to Parliament. So I'd like to reaffirm what my colleague said, Honorable Chweru, that definitely we shall come back here. And the cabinet subcommittee, fortunately, one of the members of that subcommittee is the Attorney General, to give us advice and to see how we proceed and to look at the laws that have set up these agencies. So I'd like to give my honorable assurance to the August House that come rain, come hailstorm, we shall come back here to Parliament.
Thank you. Thank you. But the minister has finished. What are you putting him order on?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister is not telling the truth to the House. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is a circular that were given to other entities to make sure they scrutinize the numbers of staffs in their offices and inform the mother ministries. This is an indication that the process of merger has already started, and the ministry has started the implementation. Is Honorable Minister in order to tell lies to the August House that they will come back to the House, yet they are going on with the process? It is true, right, Honorable Speaker, the process is going on.
Honorable Minister, has the merger started?
Madam Speaker. Information, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, information.
Yes,
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Minister has promised to come back to this August House to give a statement on the process. But Madam Speaker, the information I wanted to give, even the vote number for rural electrification agents, REA, has been removed. They are no longer getting money from government. So when the minister says that we are in the process, we shall come back here and give a statement. When power is not moving to our villages, we do not know what the minister is. I welcome the information, Honorable Sewungu.
Right, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank Honorable Kabanda for giving way. The information I want to give honorable members is that the Honorable Minister who is giving us all this information has just been sworn in today. And that one alone raises eyebrows. I'm talking about the new parliament, not the former parliament. I don't know him in the other parliament. I know him in this parliament, right, Honorable Speaker. But right, Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Chair stated, this is the information to give. We want to know the period and time, but you see what is coming out now. We need to know the entities that are going to be merged. Which entities are those? Because we need to know them as parliament, and then you go through the process. There are entities with the godfathers here, which cannot be merged. We know these ones. We don't just hide facts. So all that is required. But Honorable Muruli is not ripe for giving a straight answer now. You were Mugole today. You have just been making one maiden speech here. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mukasa Muruli, give us a document to that effect. Present a paper to this house. This house is the one that made laws that made those institutions. So you should be able to come back
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. I shall come here, Right Honorable Speaker, with a comprehensive, as soon as the Honorable Speaker, deems it fit, so that we can really give an update.
How much time do you need?
Oh, I need a week.
A week.
Yes.
And I want you to work together with the Attorney General.
Right
such-
Honorable Speaker,
Such that
much
you
obliged.
get to know the implications of the whole thing.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are already working with the Attorney General.
Honorable Silwanyi. Thank you so much, Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance. And the honorable members, I want to implore you to this. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter is about sugarcane growers and sugarcane factories. And Busoga, my region, is greatly affected, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, farmers grow sugarcane, but when it comes the time of selling, Right Honorable Speaker, they are sold, they supply on credit. And what happens, Right Honorable Speaker, you'll find that farmers wait for up to 6 months to be paid this money. In addition, Right Honorable Speaker, farmers are denied permits. The permits are given to brokers or middlemen. These people who don't grow sugarcane are the ones who are given permits. Then they now extort money from farmers to enable the farmers supply their own sugarcane. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on top of this, the sugarcane factories are engaged in illicit activities. They don't pay tax. They declare to government different accounts, yet they collect money using other accounts. So even here on tax, government is losing a great deal, Right Honorable Speaker. This has caused untold suffering. It has worsened our region, Busoga, with poverty. Because people are not being paid, the sugarcane factories that have been remitted taxes, even the local taxes like to the Chabazinga, the small taxes, they don't pay. The sugarcane factories don't pay. Even to revenue, they don't divulge information. Right Honorable Speaker, I therefore come here with prayers that one, Uganda Revenue Authority carries out forensic audit on all the different accounts, including the secret accounts of these sugar factories, because they have accounts that they don't declare. Two, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Economic Monitoring and the Minister of Trade swing into action to revoke the licenses of those sugar factories that will be found guilty of such crimes. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Silwanyi, Minister of Finance, Trade and Economic Monitoring. Please make a follow-up on what is happening with the sugar factories. And of course, that is reduced revenue to our country. They cannot mistreat the locals, and yet they are not paying taxes too. So,
Right Honorable Speaker, I request, this is a matter that indeed falls under Minister of Trade. I request you allow a Minister of Trade to come up with a comprehensive statement in 2 weeks' time.
the three ministries will work together.
Of course, we are government.
Yes, that's okay. That's okay. Honorable Tebandeke, then finally Honorable Foyo Chan, and we go to the report.
Madam Speaker.
Please brief. Honorable Tebandeke. I am having a list of members who had asked for matters of national importance.
No, I just wanted to seek clarification, Madam, from
Yes.
Honorable Serwany.
Yes.
Thank you for the offer of this chance, Madam Speaker. Honorable Serwany was mentioning something to do with some of the factories in Busoga not paying tax. It becomes a very crucial issue and a criminal in nature. Could he clarify to us members, Honorable Madam Speaker, that he knows possibly some of those factories and with the evidence which are evading taxes, which is criminal in this country, Madam Speaker.
That is what is going to be investigated. He is giving us information, but responsible committees are going and ministries are going to investigate. Thank you. Honorable Tebandeke. Brief.
Speaker, honorable members, I'm Tebandeke Charles, MP Bale County, Kayunga District, Bugerere. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm here to raise a matter of national importance on the increasingly constant flooding and the drought that has affected the people in Bale constituency, Kayunga District, Bugerere. Allow me bring it to your attention that this natural calamity has come about as a result of prolonged drought seasons, which has affected the number of families in Bale County. The same matter, Madam Speaker, has been reportedly repeated into the office of the Prime Minister, Minister Disaster Preparedness, but keeping aloft and to our dismay, turning a blind eye towards our requisition. Madam Speaker, it is to our dismay as the people of Bale, whether it will be in order for this government really to give the Prime Minister and the Minister of Disaster Preparedness condolence to Gandhi Bale, the people of Bale that have died of flooding when they have failed to prevent it. Madam Speaker, allow me give you a point in case.
Tell us what your problem is.
We have just lost our sister.
Honorable Tebandeke, state your prayer. Even people in Bukede are dying, but you don't come lamenting.
Madam Speaker, allow me bring it to your notes that we have lost 4,000 families that have been affected.
What are your prayers?
Therefore, in our prayers, Right, Honorable Speaker.
Order.
Allow me put forward the following prayers.
Order.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise on a point of order, and I don't always do it. Right Honorable Speaker, to say that 4,000 households, not even families, but 4,000 households have died. And the Honorable Member stands on this floor and tells us, could he substantiate? Is it in order for the Honorable Member to come here and lie to Parliament and to Uganda that we have lost 4,000 households?
Can you substantiate? Can you substantiate that you have lost 4,000 people?
Madam Speaker, it's not 4,000 people, but 4,000 families, households. And this is the record. The names are here. Allow me to give you a valid copy and the petition from relative local authorities. Madam Speaker, in our prayers, we do pray that the office of the Prime Minister come up and provide.
First of all, I need a clear figure. You're better off saying you've lost a number of people than stating a number that we are not sure of. We need to verify that.
Madam Speaker, it's 4,000 homes. 4,000 homes that have been displaced by the constant flooding.
Displaced?
Yes.
Members,
and here is the record.
Members.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
4,000 people have been displaced, not dead.
Not dead.
Okay.
Maybe affected.
Procedure, right, Honorable
Madam Speaker, in our prayers, we pray that the government provides these people with temporary shelters in the form of tents, clothings in the form of blankets, beds, mattresses, mosquito nets, to mention
among others. We need relief items like food, soap, matchboxes, among others. Madam Honorable Speaker, in reference, yes, information.
Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member, for accepting information. Right, Honorable Speaker, I happen to come from the other side of the lake that has affected Kayunga. My constituency is Kyoga constituency. That is a peninsular district between Lake Kyoga and Lake Kwania. The plight of the people of Kayunga is the same in all manner with the plight of the people in Kyoga. In fact, I have data from the district statistician that states that in Kyoga, 4,000 homestays
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
have been lost.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Ziga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. COVID-19 is still a major concern to us. And the President lifting the lockdown doesn't imply that the prevalence has reduced. The Honorable Member on the floor has been addressing us with his nose outside the mask, which poses a great danger to this House. I would wish, Madam Speaker, that you guide sternly that members take COVID-19 seriously and don't lax as sloth.
Members follow the SOPs.
Madam,
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
information.
Your time is actually over.
Most obliged.
Members, Honorable Minister of Disaster and Preparedness, there is an issue of 4,000 displaced families, and the record must be corrected, not dead.
Madam Speaker,
Displaced.
allow me a minute.
The minister is now giving you and giving you feedback, and she will be in your constituency. I think that's what you want, not
minute
just
before.
lamenting on.
Madam Speaker, a minute.
I am saying the minister is on the mic.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Just
Speaker.
wait for the minister in your constituency.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of floods, the issue of alarming anger, the issue of drought is affecting the entire country amid the pandemic. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to be on record. Kayunga district has been given a first priority amongst all affected districts which have been affected by the floods. And I want to be on record. We have sent so far four trucks of food items and non-food items to Kayunga district. Now, the member who has been on floor came to my office. I told him the ministry sends items to the chief administrative officer, not to the member of parliament, for accountability purposes. So if the member who has been saying there are 4,000 people, we have 647,000 Ugandans who are affected by the floods. On Sunday, I was speaker with the Prime Minister in Bulisa. It's very pathetic, very pathetic. We don't have enough to cover the entire country, but we are trying the little we have. I have a list of members, very many lists of members, requisitions. I don't know which one to prioritize and which one to leave out, but we give priority to those ones of flood at the moment, especially the ones the lake is merging in their places. Fortunately, we are coming up, the Ministry of Environment is coming up with a program. We are going to make sure that these people are evacuated from the lake, people are evacuated from all these waterways. Right Honorable Speaker, I want the member to testify on the floor that hasn't Kayunga received any items as a district. The woman member of parliament of Kayunga has been to my office, the member has been to my office, and the Prime Minister and I have promised to go to Kayunga, our next trip. Now, the request of Kayunga, Right Honorable Speaker, is bigger. They want boats, which is not in the budget. They want the land
Which land belongs to government? All the land they're requesting for is the big forest. We are not about to give out any forest land. Now, we want to work out with the district. That should be what the member of parliament should be advocating for. Looking for land, then we resettle the people. Instead of coming here to say 4,000 people have died.
Honorable Minister, please endeavor, get time and go to Kayunga and give us a report.
Clarification,
Give
Madam
us a
Speaker.
report.
Right, Honorable Speaker, clarification.
And when we get a report from there.
Clarification.
it's
Madam
not-
Speaker.
It's not a rebuttal.
Allow me clarify this matter. The people I'm talking of that have been affected are here.
I am saying I've directed the minister must go there with you.
But
and
Madam
verify
Speaker, even
and-
the cow, I've tried to call.
Honor, can you lay on table the report?
Allow me to lay this report on your table.
What
for
is
more
the report
clarification.
about? What is the report about?
It consists of the 4,000 homesteads that have been affected and displaced. And even their contacts are here, including the reports from the relevant authorities, all the chairpersons in the 28 villages, and have received nothing.
Lay it on table.
Procedure,
Honorable for your Chan,
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
government.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, we all know when a disaster hits your area, the process is the district disaster committee goes to the area, makes an assessment, compiles a report, and that report is forwarded to the Prime Minister's office for due consideration. Reports from LC1 chairpersons and all that have to be done or compiled by the district disaster committee. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding well? For us to admit the report from a colleague that does not meet the standards of reports, because when you get a report, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to take action on it. So I would propose, Right Honorable Speaker, I would propose that with the guidance you gave, the minister goes, we get a report from the district disaster committee, and that's a report government
Point of
will work
order,
on,
Right Honorable Speaker.
not a document submitted by a
Yes,
member.
order.
Point of order. Right now, Speaker, with due respect, all members of parliament here are representing their people. And when they go out their constituencies during the weekend, at any time, they get problems with those people. What members do and what the members done, Honorable Speaker, he has taken extra care about his people, has got names of those particular people, and you have allowed him to raise this matter of national importance. Now, when he comes here with additional evidence, he lays on table, is the Honorable Chief Whip in order to say that this member is not proceeding well? Honorable Speaker, we are supposed to go to our constituencies. When we give this information, Honorable Chair is my witness. He likes it more than anybody by the time when he was a minister of disaster preparedness. So if they're going to have their ministerial committee and the team from the ministry, this is additional information from a member. So is the Honorable Chief Whip in order to close out members of parliament and bring their evidence to the floor of parliament, yet they are coming from their own constituencies to get relief and support of the effects their people are facing? Is he in order, the Chief Whip? And does he want to rule better before you, the Speaker of Parliament? Is he usurping your powers? You have said lay on table. Is he in order, my good friend?
Honorable for your Chan.
Right,
Honorable for
Honorable
Chan, 3
Speaker.
minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm called Afoyechan Esther, woman member of parliament, Zombo District. Madam Speaker, after almost 1.5 years since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in Uganda, the country, through the Ministry of Health, has instituted a number of measures aimed at controlling the spread of the virus and its disastrous effects. These measures have included restricted movements of people and vehicles, restricted public gatherings, closure of educational institutions, restricted use of places of worship, and vaccination, among others. These measures have seriously affected the country in terms of the economy, social standing, and moral standing, including closure of schools. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health has rightly guided that the most effective medium and long-term solution to this pandemic is mass vaccination of at least 22 million Ugandans, including the slightly over 15 million school-going children. From the available information at the COVID-19 Response Info Hub in the Ministry of Health, Uganda has administered at least 1,143,763 doses of COVID vaccine so far. Assuming every person needs 2 doses, that is enough to have vaccinated 1.3% of the country's population. With the reopening of schools, for example, tagged to the vaccination of almost all school-going children, and going by these statistics, in almost one year of vaccination, we definitely need to rethink our strategy. Otherwise, our children may never go back to school. Right, Honorable Speaker? These are my prayers. Madam Speaker, I pray as follows. The Minister of Health presents to Parliament a comprehensive vaccination plan for the whole country, detailing the time frame, costs involved, and likely sources of funds. Right, Honorable Speaker? Another prayer is that, aware that the country is faced with other competing priorities for funding other health sector, and particularly vaccination, and in appreciation of many Ugandans of goodwill that have come up to support the fight against COVID-19, the members of Parliament seated right here now, I pray that we collectively resolve to contribute, each of us, at least 2 million shillings towards the purchase of these vaccines to allow our children go back to school. Madam Speaker, those are my prayers to this House. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to add by saying, we are stakeholders in this country.
Proceed, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Semojo.
Madam Speaker, you will allow me to raise this broadly. This morning, I went to the basement in the parking. I found one vehicle that had been not properly parked, eating space of more than 20 vehicles. I have also seen a member of Parliament, even when the rules are very clear, that when the Speaker is speaking, you take your seat. Now another member of Parliament, in a matter of national importance, wants Parliament to collectively resolve. Yet there is a whole chapter on moving motions and resolutions of Parliament. Madam Speaker, I can understand the limitations of COVID, but this Parliament needs to carry out the orientation. There are things that we take for granted to be simple when they are not.
There is no way you're going to ask Parliament in a matter of national importance that now I want Parliament to correctively resolve in a matter of national importance. In a Parliament of Uganda. Maybe in some other caucuses it happens. The procedural issue I'm raising, Madam Speaker.
Did she say she wants Parliament to resolve
The
all
second prayer is
or she's
for-
requesting members?
The second prayer is for Parliament to correctively resolve. Parliament can only correctively resolve once a motion has been properly moved under our rules. But not when someone shoots up and say, now I have this Minister of Health bring a vaccination plan. Now Parliament, maybe I was waiting, maybe she was about to say the president who has failed to manage COVID properly should resign. So things have a procedure. So the procedure issue I'm raising, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Semoju, the president has not failed to manage COVID.
Order to Honorable Semoju.
The president has not failed to manage COVID. It
Order.
is on record. So that one you should get it out of your statement.
I come up
Madam
for order.
Speaker, because
Order.
of the respect that we are called to the chair,
yes,
I am hesitant to go in a debate with you. So, but my opinion remains mine. But I am really very hesitant because I respect the
But
chair.
you
So the
can
procedure
withdraw
issue,
it
the procedure issue I am raising, Madam.
after withdrawing that the
Order.
president has failed.
Madam,
Order,
how
Madam
can I
Speaker.
withdraw an opinion?
Order, Madam Speaker, order.
How can I withdraw my
Honorable
opinion?
Semoju,
Order, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Semoju, it is on record, President Museveni has not failed to fight COVID.
Yes, order, Madam Speaker.
Madam
Let's
Speaker,
not look at these things as politics.
Madam Speaker, I don't want to cause a
Order.
debate. My opinion, that is my opinion. The opinion of the Speaker is different from mine. But the point for which I stood here was a procedure one. Whether, and I understand the limitations that made us not to go through an orientation, whether a member of Parliament can shoot up on a matter of national importance, it ends up becoming a motion for a resolution and ends up praying that Parliament correctively resolve. That's the procedure issue for which I stood, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Segona, we've not made a resolution yet. What we are saying, what you're saying that somebody has failed to fight COVID it's not fair. It's not fair. Put yourself in my shoes, that I'm presiding a house that is saying the president has failed to manage COVID.
Madam Speaker, in your shoes, I will say what you have said.
Information.
But I am in the shoes of the people of Chira.
Okay.
The people of Chira who have received no food, even when the money was passed by Parliament,
Order, Madam Speaker.
who did not receive money from the Prime Minister's office,
Order.
who have been
There is
reading.
an order from.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Our colleague, I follow up.
Information, Madam.
I'm Musila John, the Rastaman, Ubulo East. Procedure 84, use of parliamentary language. I remember the Honorable Semuju the other day in this parliament called the Right Honorable Speaker in the city today that you are her former servant, or rather is your former boss. That was quite very unparliamentary, although we sat down and listened. Now today he comes up to bring again some insultation, which is offensive to especially Rule 84, by bringing in the president when the other one, the honorable member, was raising that question. It was in a good spirit, and our honorable colleague should have left us to speak. Now, all the time he comes up, he goes against some of the procedures in this house, and I think he will go scot-free. Madam Speaker, is he in order to bring in the name of the president and others who are not in this house when somebody is coming up on a matter of national order? Well, I mean the national
Honorable
issues.
Semoju.
He's not in order at all.
Honorable Semoju,
Information, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Semuju. Honorable Semuju. Order. Honorable Semuju. Honorable Semuju. Honorable Afoyo Chan got up innocently.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Afoyo Chan got up innocently. And the fact that you know that we did not have orientation of members, you can take it up to orient her, but without bringing a name of the president in this thing. For me, my issue is one, don't say we have failed to fight COVID. We are fighting COVID. COVID is not anybody's making. It does not know politics. So we should not blame anybody from saying, from the issue of COVID. Honorable Semuju, with due respect, I only need that out.
Madam Speaker, I rose on a procedural issue. The colleague was putting me to order. And see, there are in-house things we've not done, including the use of the medical insurance. I think at the beginning of Parliament, when you get the medical insurance, you go and do tests. They are very helpful. So, Madam Speaker, the procedure issues.
Information, Madam Speaker.
The information I would like to give Honorable Semuju, that the Honorable.
I have not yet given you space. You put on a mask for Honorable Semuju.
Madam Speaker, recently I saw Honorable Semuju on TV thanking the government of Uganda for saving his mother, who was admitted in Mulago. And this is the Honorable Semuju here, saying that government, which is led by President Museveni, has failed to treat people when his own mother was treated from Mulago. Is he therefore in order, Madam Speaker, to say that government has failed after saving his own mother? I would request that, Madam Speaker, that statement be expunged from the answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can we expound that?
Madam Speaker, I think the trouble is that the transition from the last Parliament to this hasn't properly taken a road. In the last Parliament,
Order. Madam Speaker, order.
in the last Parliament,
Order.
the
Order.
President committed to vaccinate.
Order.
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 Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. In 2020, when World Health Organization declared COVID a pandemic of international concern, and they call upon all member states to put in place measures to prevent, manage, and mitigate COVID-19. Following that declaration, the government of Uganda, moving through the leadership of the president, to put in place measures to prevent, mitigate COVID. And Madam Speaker, by the end of August 2020, Uganda was ranked internationally on the Lancet, which is a standard international organ, the best in Africa. And Uganda was ranked 10th globally in terms of preventing and controlling the viral transmission. And thereafter, as we speak, Madam Speaker, Uganda is once again among the best states globally that has been really already highlighted to be the best country in terms of suppressing viral transmission, in terms of managing COVID. And for this purpose, honestly, Madam Speaker, is Honorable Semuju, who declared publicly Uganda has got the best healthcare system in terms of managing patients. Is he in order to mislead this parliament and to give wrong information that the state has managed to manage COVID? Is he in order? Can he withdraw the statement from immediate effect?
Honorable members, I am expanding the statement of Honorable Semuju that President Museveni has failed to fight COVID. Honorable Afoyo-Chan, can you complete?
Madam, I rose on a point of procedure. And
Honorable
I want to plead with
Afoyo-Chan.
you, Madam Speaker, to make a ruling. The minister redeployed from health now to education. Herself was thrown out of this country for medical treatment. Now she wants to say that everything in Uganda is okay. Why were you thrown out?
Honorable
Madam Speaker, I stood on the point of procedure.
members, we are spending a lot of time. Can we have Honorable Afoyo-Chan?
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Afoyo-Chan.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I want to communicate this to members of parliament that we are all members of parliament in equal right. However, it is important for us to rise up now and stand with our people. Honorable members of parliament,
Procedure.
even if it were a garden,
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
I'm sure we would have bought fertilizers. Honorable members, even God demands a 10% of tithe. Why can't we give our people a 2 million shillings only out of our money to ensure our children go back to school?
Procedure.
Right, Honorable Speaker?
Information, members.
Procedure.
Information, Madam Speaker.
There is procedure here.
Thank you very
Information,
much.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Jonathan, yes.
I'm going to raise this procedural matter because it raises points of law. Madam Speaker, the Employment Act, Section 44, provides that salaries and payments to any employee, in this case, members of parliament, can only be deducted under 4 conditions. 1, when it's expressly stated in the law by way of taxation. 2, when a court order from court saying deduct. 3, by consent or a rate. Now, Madam Speaker, the honorable member who is a commissioner of parliament, who should be responsible for ensuring that members of parliament are actually protected, rises up here unlawfully to move a motion that members' emoluments be deducted contrary to the employment law. Madam Speaker, is she proceeding well? And would this house proceed well that any member would wake up from her dream and come to this house and talk about personal liberties of members of parliament? Is she proceeding rightly, Madam Speaker?
Information, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Members, I think Honorable Afoyo-Chan is just bringing, as a mother, bringing in her request to members.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have some information.
Yes. On the government whip.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Colleagues,
Madam Speaker.
Let's agree. We look at the situation in the country.
Procedure.
And Right Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the procedure issue I am raising, and procedure takes precedent. I hope the Honorable Taiwo, having been here at least one time, knows it. The procedure issue I am raising, in the last parliament, the speaker presiding over moved the parliament to resolve that each MP surrenders a percentage of his allowances for purposes of building Cancer Institute in Morago, in Zambia. that matter later ran into trouble with the law. And Parliament then resolved that from now onwards, if there is a matter as good as the Honorable from Zombo is proposing, there will be forms for members of Parliament individually sign to consent. Raising a procedural issue, Madam Speaker, whether a matter that has been decided before in this Parliament should be returned in another form, yet the motive is the same, because we've gone through this before. And the resolution of this Parliament was that you can't offend the law. If the Honorable from Zombo wants everybody to contribute, you generate forms, and every MP will indicate. People like General Jim Wes, who are very rich, can even contribute $1 billion.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Seungu.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Seungu.
Madam Speaker, information. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Seungu. That is for today you have given just one very educative thing that the lady should move with the paper. That is the only good advice you have given for today. Can you finish?
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate Honorable Afochan feeling concerned for Ugandans. But I want to give this information to Honorable Afochan and members here, that government has on several occasions ably explained that the challenge with vaccination is not about lack of resources, to mention funds. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm the Vice Chairperson for Committee of Finance. Today we had the Minister of Finance and many technocrats from the ministry. The issue is not lack of funds. The issue is the demand, the theory of the principle of demand versus supply versus demand. The world market, the supply for vaccines is limited, but the funds are there to procure vaccines. Therefore, I wouldn't buy in the idea being fronted by my honorable sister that we contribute 2 million shillings each. Madam Speaker, the Pakwach Local Government Task Force in the last 2 weeks requested communities of Pakwach to contribute for oxygen cylinders, and we did. It doesn't have to come to Parliament, and tomorrow the media will say the MPs who are earning so much have refused to contribute 2 million shillings each. I would feel that that should be done on an individual basis, but it should not be done on the fact that government has failed to procure vaccines. It is the vaccine are not readily available on the market. I beg to submit.
Members,
Madam Speaker.
Members, that topic has been closed.
Madam Speaker.
That topic has been closed. The members who will want to contribute will contribute to the National Task Force, just like we did in the last, in the 10th Parliament. Those who want to contribute will contribute.
Madam Speaker.
And then the rest will be left to the ministry. The next item.
Item number 4 on the order paper, statement on the compensation of victims of the Rhodes Resistance Army insurgents in the various parts of the country.
Attorney General, honorable members, under Rule 52 of Rules of Procedure, a debate on a ministerial statement shall not exceed 1 hour. I will accordingly give this debate 20 minutes because we still have a lot.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. This is my maiden appearance here. And let me take this opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker, to congratulate you on your election to that very, very tough seat. I've been here for a little bit and I see you're doing a very good job. Thank you. I'd like to congratulate honorable colleagues for your election to this 11th Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker and members, at the 11th sitting of this first meeting of this session, the Parliament did request honorable member from Ajumani District, Honorable Ababiku Jessica, requested for an update, a statement on the compensation relating the victims of the LRA insurgency in the Madi sub-region and other areas. Right Honorable Speaker, I did file a written statement and I will repeat a summary of the same. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a committee that is headed by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, which is implementing the exercise verifying livestock compensation. This is specifically dealing with livestock compensation. The other compensations have been going on for a long time, but this one is specifically for livestock. In northern, eastern, and West Nile sub-regions, including Acholi, Lango, Teso, Karamoja, West Nile, Sebei, Bukedi, Budaka, Busia, that is Budaka, Busia, and Toro districts, and the Busoga area dealing with Iganga and Luka sub-region. The exercise in Acholi and Lango sub-regions is in advanced stages, Right Honorable Speaker, with the evaluation and assessment of livestock compensation already in advanced stages. And we have got details of claimants that have been collected and the beneficiaries which are on display in the respective districts that I've mentioned above. Right Honorable Speaker, the claimants and beneficiaries per sub-region, as we have them at this point, we have about 15,946 from the Acholi sub-region, 42,042 from the Lango sub-region, and 33,664 from the Teso sub-region, a total of about 92,652 claimants and beneficiaries. Right Honorable Speaker, the display exercise has been going on since December 2020, and we are still continuing with the follow-ups to try and complete the biodata and the data cards. The data card exercise shall be conducted in conjunction with the district leaders, the district officials utilizing the district structures and participating elders. And I do welcome all members of Parliament who can make the time to get themselves interested in this exercise. This exercise of compensation has been going on for a long time, and the more the leaders get involved, the more we can put it behind us once and for all. The verification, validation, and due diligence exercise has been cited as a priority area in line with the priorities areas stated by His Excellency the President for the budget for the period financial year 2021-2022. And it has been clearly stated in the second budget call circular on the finalization of the detailed budget estimates. So clearly this is high on our agenda, and we hope that we can get through this exercise as quickly as possible. Right now, Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has provided 2.9 billion shillings to conclude the exercise in the different sub-regions, and the compensation exercise shall be concluded with amicable settlements of the pending suits that are already existing in the courts. Right Honorable Speaker, there were a number of suits that had already been commenced by different people in different suits, and when the President, His Excellency the President, directed that these matters be resolved amicably, this is part of that exercise. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance now has indicated in its correspondence of March 2021 that 50 billion shillings will be provided for compensation in this financial year, and an additional 100 billion will be availed in line with the directives of His Excellency the President. Right Honorable Speaker, these are just estimates that we are using to determine where we are standing. We don't have to use all of it if indeed the compensation does not get there, but at least that has been made available. Right Honorable Speaker, once this exercise in these regions that I've stated above have been completed, we shall then expand to the Karamoja, West Nile, Sebei, and Bukedi, that is the districts of Butaka, Busia, and Tororo. And then we shall continue that towards the end of this financial year. In specific regard to the Madi sub-region, in January 2020, the High Court in Arua, presided over by Justice Oyuko Ojok, ordered the display of the list of persons whose claims had been presented in that suit, civil suit number 23 of 2017, Honorable Piro Santos versus Attorney General. The claimants were all from the Adjumani district, and the lists were displayed at a number of district headquarters and each of the respective sub-counties. The case concluded without confirmation of the details of the claimants and beneficiaries. The trial judge ordered a verification to determine the genuine claims, and this verification is still ongoing. The final assessment of all the claims shall be duly submitted to Cabinet and Parliament for due consideration. Right Honorable Speaker, this is to appraise you on the status of the compensations in those regions. I beg to submit.
Attorney General, how long will the verification take place?
Right Honorable Speaker, we expect that we should be finishing the verification by the end of this quarter, which is this quarter that we just started, and then we can bring it to Parliament for final.
This quarter, meaning which month?
Well, right Honorable.
You see the issue of compensation has been ongoing. That is what the president has even used during campaigns. So when we don't get a feedback, we will be looked at as people who are not following their issues.
Right Honorable Speaker, I can undertake to provide a report every 2 weeks, and I can assure you, Right Honorable Speaker, this is top on my agenda, and I am on it every day. So
Members,
in the next
report,
fortnight, I will give you an update.
You will be giving Parliament a report after every 2 weeks.
Clarification.
Attorney General.
Clarification, Madam Speaker.
Attorney General.
Clarification. Clarification, Madam
Attorney
Speaker.
General.
Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I also want to congratulate my young brother, but now senior by virtue of his position, and welcome him to the House. Right Honorable Speaker, we have in this House had issues to do with compensations payable by government, especially to claimants who have not obtained the court awards. And I want to interest the Attorney General to critically examine compensations as a result of existing court cases or court awards, and the compensations that come from outside the known legal regime. And I would implore the Attorney General, in making compensations, kindly consider individuals who have court awards as a priority. Now, there is also a category of compensations that comes from the executive that has no known legal regime. And that has always been the area where public money is siphoned and stolen, hands down. So I will interest the Attorney General to look at the compensations that have been made in the last 10 years outside the known court awards, and possibly come up with either statutory instrument or something to regulate it. Because at the end of the day, you find those outside compensations actually allocated much more money than legitimate claims. But otherwise, we would also be interested as people from Kigezi region who were affected by the RPF of 1990 to 94, to also at one time be considered to be compensated for the lost lives and properties. Thank you.
Clarification, Madam
Speaker. Information, Madam Speaker.
Speaker. The clarification I want to raise.
Information, Right Honorable Speaker.
When the LRA was having, the war was taking place in northern Uganda, in eastern Uganda, we were greatly affected by the Holy Spirit movement of Lakwena. This has not been talked about. Honorable Attorney General, in your address, the people of Busoga, the people of Teso, all that area are on our necks. We want to know the status of the compensation of the people who were affected by the war of Lakwena, so that we take this compensation that you're going to do as a blanket, because we cannot only handle the other one and leave out the people affected by Lakwena. And then even what that Shadow Attorney General has brought. So let's consider something that is blanket and that is going to benefit everyone in Uganda. Otherwise, I thank the Attorney General for such an elaborate statement.
Clarification, Madam Speaker.
Attorney General, you need to take note of what.
Information,
Honorable-
Madam Speaker.
Yes, right honorable
Attorney-
speaker. Right honorable speaker.
I am speaking.
Yes, thank you, right honorable speaker.
Attorney General, you need to take note of what Honorable Niwagaba said. Some of these people run to court, they end up getting more money than the real people who lost their property, lost people. And at the end of the day, that is how the money is shuffled.
Yes.
Honorable Ben.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Procedure.
Right honorable speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Attorney General for the commitment he has made, and I'm very confident that indeed the issues of compensation will this time be resolved. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, two issues. Number one, it is my prayer that for once we conclude on the issue of compensation in Acholi sub-region. Right Honorable Speaker, the people of Acholi have been waiting, and these issues have been politicized and termed as the campaign tool. I am very hopeful that this time round it will not delay. Two is on the issue of data collection. Right Honorable Speaker, I will request that before we move ahead to do the compensation, Parliament is availed with a list of the beneficiaries to avoid any further complaints that may arise for compensating ghost people. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Information. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Right honorable speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm called Irene Linda, woman MP for Poto
Yes,
City.
Linda.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would like to inform the Minister for the Attorney General that it is not only the northern region that was affected by the rebels. Also, Rwenzori region was affected by ADF rebels, and the case in point is Kichwamba Technical College, where 80 students were burnt live and 100 abducted. Up to today, they've never been compensated. My prayer, Madam Speaker, is can they also be included and they get compensated? Thank you.
Attorney General, I think you need to look at compensation in general.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam
Yes,
Speaker.
yes,
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Attorney General for having attempted to respond to few concerns, but Attorney General made a statement that other compensations has been going on. Right honorable Speaker, you remember we are not only asking for animal compensations. The case in point in Acholi sub-regions, what the Acholi community are asking are other compensations, like on the people who suffered during the LRA war. I remember in 2010, the Office of the Presidential Advisor was directed to register all those ones who lost their properties during LRA war, all those ones whose arms were cut, whose ears were cut. In fact, those ones who suffered during the war, and they were fully registered, right, Honorable Speaker. And government promised to compensate those people. And government came up with the idea of only zeroing onto animals. Right, Honorable Speaker. I request, right, Honorable Speaker, let the Attorney General look at the record properly. But enough that you have just come into the office and you do not know the histories of compensation in this country. Right, our Attorney General, sit with your team and follow orderly so that when you are going for compensation, let everything be done in an holistic manner, right, Honorable Speaker. We beg this time, let the issues of compensation be dealt with properly in Acholi sub-region, West Nile, Lao sub-region, and other part of the country. Every time government is promising, this time we shall complete the compensation. Every year and there, every year and there.
Members, I gave you 20 minutes. And you're repeating on the same thing. Instead of us agreeing that the Attorney General is going to bring a holistic report on compensation. We are repeating the same thing about to tell
Madam
so
Speaker,
about.
information.
Huh?
Information, Madam
Katenya?
Speaker.
Yeah, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Katenya?
Information.
Yeah, Madam Speaker,
Honorable Katenya?
I'm
Madam
very
Speaker.
grateful. I'm here on a point.
Katenya?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I'm here on a point of information. I wanted to inform the Attorney General and to you, Honorable Speaker, that Bugisu region has been segregated. It's actually in the middle of Bukedi, Teso, and Sebei, and we have suffered the most. It is very bad for me to come and commit suicide in the parliament because you have left my region out. We have suffered the Konyuo, we have suffered the Karamjongo. So I wanted to request you, Madam Speaker, that the compensation should be extended to Bugisu so that we can be in a position to make it a report.
Compensation is going to be, it is going to be looked at holistically.
Madam Speaker, I
It's
want
going to be looked at holistically, EMAT.
I request, Madam, that
Emat,
you order that
Cecilia.
Bugisu is included.
Information.
I give
Cecilia.
information to my colleague to also add on.
Information, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Sasaga. I represent Budajili East. The information I wanted to give to the colleague and to the House that during the 9th Parliament, the people of Bugisu made a petition to this House for them to be beneficiaries of the compensation plan by this country. They made also several trips, which I'm very aware, to State House and met the president. And even this committee came from Bugisu to the Committee of Government Assurances. And they brought their petition, which was well captured by this House. So if the compensation is to be done, Madam Speaker, you cannot compensate Teso, you compensate Sebei, you move and compensate Buked, and Bugisu, which was actually almost the mother of the terror during that wrestling, and if you leave it out. So my prayer, Madam Chair and Madam Speaker, that let the Attorney General go back, look at comprehensively which areas need to be compensated. If it is about funding and appropriation and supplementary, I think this House will be honored to look at it and do diligence. Thank you so much.
Attorney
Madam
General.
Speaker. Information, Madam Speaker.
Attorney
Madam
General.
Speaker.
Attorney General. Attorney General. Attorney General.
Information, Madam
Madam
Speaker.
Allow me present something unique on this question of compensation.
Can I have Attorney General on the mic? Attorney General give the country a commitment on compensation in a holistic manner.
Thank you very
him
much,
include
Right Honorable
Bugisu.
Speaker and members. I have listened to all the comments, and I am going to look at everything holistically, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue of compensation is much wider than one paper, and there are very many claims that are coming up. And we shall give Parliament a report on where we are going, in what direction we are going in a fortnight, so that you can know what we are thinking. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that all these claims come with cost. And I'm imploring members of Parliament, as we discuss the issue of compensation, we must understand that it has a cost implication. But I am going to report in a fortnight.
Attorney General, I would also request when you make a report, if it is at a sub-regional basis, say Acholi, you should be able to call the Acholi team and discuss with them. If it is Lango, call Lango. If it is Bugisu, call Bugisu, such that the whole area is represented. Next.
Madam Speaker, allow me to seek clarification from the Attorney General.
Next.
Madam Speaker.
Item number 5.
Information. Madam Speaker, information.
Next item.
Item number 5 on the order.
Madam Speaker, before we move to the next item.
For presentation, consideration, and adoption of the report
of the Parliamentary Task Force on the National COVID-19 Response.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the report on the Parliamentary Task Force on the National COVID-19 as set up by the Right Honorable Speaker under Rule 8 of our Rules of Procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, the original copy signed by members of Parliament as required by our rules is hereby laid on table.
A copy of the report has been laid on table.
Right Honorable Speaker, all the annexures, that report plus documents considered and all materials are also laid on table.
Please lay. Thank you, Chairman.
Right Honorable Speaker, this report is going to be presented by several of us because of the nature of the task force you instituted. You did institute a national team plus 4 regional teams, and all of them were quasi-independent, and they made independent field visits and came up with a report. Later on, we did meet and harmonize, but we have decided that each of the regional team leaders should present a report, though they are all contained in one report. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, there's one issue also which we thought we'll have one of our colleagues also to present, and that is the issue on accountability. The task force, as by the terms of reference, was required to inquire into the report on government's preparedness and response to COVID-19, provide assessment of the health impacts on COVID-19 in the community and country at large, assess operation, administration, and management of funds and other resources appropriated for them to manage the pandemic.
Right Honorable Speaker, the task force was to further assess the role of the private sector healthcare providers in COVID-19 management, carry out field visits to assess the state of healthcare system in the regional referral hospitals, both selected general hospitals and the lower health facilities. Conduct sensitization and awareness programs on mass media to educate the population and prepare and submit a report to Parliament. The task force commenced operations on the 29th of June, reviewed documents and held meetings with the Ministry of Health, National Medical Stores, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Ministry of Gender and Social Development to scrutinize government's resurgence plan, budget, and funds released to fund the resurgence plan. The regional teams, Right Honourable Speaker, of the task force additionally conducted field activities in Western, Eastern, Northern, and Central regions to assess the pandemic conditions on the ground and make recommendations for adoption as part of the government resurgence plan. In my time as a member of Parliament, which is not a very long one, Right Honourable Speaker, I've never seen a comprehensive field study like this undertaken by the field teams. The regional teams, in accordance with above mentioned terms of reference, found that there was little evidence on the ground to show that more than 5 trillion had been spent to address deficiencies in the health system to effectively manage the COVID-19 pandemic. In view of this, the task force took note of the Auditor General's report on the COVID-19 expenditures and recommended, as you'll see later on, Right Honourable Speaker, that the Auditor General should carry out a forensic audit to establish whether there was money, whether there are value for money for the expenditures related to the pandemic since financial year 2019-2020. The task force further found there was an urgent need to prioritize vaccination for the 21.9 million Ugandans over the age of 18. The 4.3 million doses required for the max vaccination should be sourced through the various vaccine acquisition modes enumerated by the Ministry of Health, namely donations, direct purchase, procurement through the COVAX facility, and possibly vaccine acquired through private companies. Right Honourable Speaker, I was getting a little bit uneasy at the beginning of this session with the debate that was going on. I thought maybe it was preempting my report. In addition to the mass vaccination drive, the other intervention found necessary to manage the pandemic include availing sufficient personal protective equipment for health workers, stepping up availability and supply of medical oxygen, procurement and installation of more ICU beds, recruitment of more intensivists and other essential medical workers, waiving the 30% tax on the risk allowance for health workers, setting up an ambulance system, secondly, setting up more isolation units, accrediting more health facilities, including health center force, private not-for-profit and private for-profit hospitals or facilities to test for and manage cases of COVID-19, improving home-based care for mild cases, stepping up surveillance and contact tracing, establishing a COVID-19 fund and enhancing diagnostic at all levels by procuring and installing MRIs and CT scans in all regional referral hospitals. Right Honourable Speaker, that generally summarizes the task which we embarked on. We decided, Right Honourable Speaker, that we are going to proceed as follows. One, At this point, I'm going to yield the floor to the Honorable Dickson Kateshumba to present one chapter on expenditures and accountability. Thereafter, we shall yield the floor to the Honorable Dr. Otim Emmanuel Otala from the Eastern Region, the Honorable Dr. Joseph Ruyonga from the Western Region, the Honorable Nakazwe Hope from the Central Region, and the Honorable Dr. Charles Ayume from the Northern Region. Right Honorable Speaker, as you realize, the people you appointed composed of medical doctors, we had the veterinary doctors, then we had another category, which we used to say other doctors. And that other doctors, yes. Somebody says those are witch doctors. Right Honorable Speaker, after my colleagues have presented, I'll come back and present the cross-cutting recommendations. I beg to request Honorable Speaker to allow us yield the floor to the Honorable Katashumba Dickens.
Yes, Honorable Katesh.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the copies were uploaded at 11:15 this morning. At 11:15, they were all uploaded, and I'm sure members should have accessed them on their emails. Yes, because that is the practice and the rules. Yes, after Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, the policy of Parliament is paper-free.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are well aware that the colleagues, mostly the new ones, have not yet got their iPads. And I want to feel it becomes a disadvantage. Because now, what we are trying to discuss is a very pertinent matter. And I do not think anybody had the time to go and print a paper anywhere. So how I wish we really had the copies that members can be able to follow. I even now doubt whether it's possible for us to have this debate without the members having this with them.
Right, Honorable Speaker. In addition to my colleagues, right now members of Parliament are not been given their email addresses. And the Honorable said it was downloaded to their emails. Right Honorable Speaker, we don't have email addresses from Parliament. And Right Honorable Speaker, the new members of Parliament, the old one you may be having, Right Honorable Speaker, let honorable members get their copies first so that we follow critically. This is a very important matter, Right Honorable Speaker.
Information, Madam Speaker.
So, information.
Madam Speaker, as a new member of Parliament, I want to say that as a person, I have an email address from Parliament. We were given last time in this very tent. It starts with your name and it is at Parliament of Uganda. If you're failing to open it, there is always hope at this desk. Thank you.
Honorable Katesh, can you go ahead?
So Madam Speaker, before...
Members, we are going to listen to the report. We'll debate the report later. Can we listen to the report? Katesh?
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, my presentation is on COVID-19 expenditures and accountability. The government of Uganda has provided a total of 4.034 trillion
to finance COVID-19 related expenditure since the onset of COVID-19 in March 2020. Out of this, 314 billion was provided in the financial year 2019-2020. Uganda shillings 2.7 trillion was provided for financial year 2020-2021, and 932.5 billion has been provided for the financial year 2021-2022. A total of 1.139 trillion has been provided finance interventions related to the provision of direct health services. Uganda shillings 116 billion has been directed towards social protection, specific interventions such as SAGE, and the funds to the vulnerable populations within cities, municipalities. And another 2.66 trillion has been provided to support interventions that have been implemented under the economic stimulus package. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, by implementing the various economic stimulus package, the government of Uganda intended to minimize the negative impact of COVID-19 on the socio-economic welfare of the economy, with focus on household economic welfare and farms to survive the crisis and maintenance of the financial stability, avoid the collapse of the economy. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, interventions such as UDB recapitalization, support to the SACCOs through the Uganda Microfinance Support Center, the MYOGA, and the youth funds, and the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, and the provision of inputs and support to the e-voucher systems were well intentioned to boost the private sector, protect economic resilience, and provide some certainty for business. However, they were affected by lack of a transparent mechanism to ensure that the resources trickle down to the intended beneficiaries. Consequently, the committee found that many small and medium enterprises, women and youth, have continued to suffer from the economic impacts of COVID-19 unabated. Right Honorable Speaker, the first recommendation here from the committee is that the government, through the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, should submit to Parliament full accountability backed by an authentic list of beneficiaries of funds appropriated in respect to the recapitalization of UDB totaling 558 billion, and the additional allocation to support SACCOs under the Uganda Microfinance Support Center totaling 77.72 billion, meant to enable the small and medium enterprises access quick and affordable credit to turn around their businesses that were on the verge of collapsing. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee further recommends that government should provide to Parliament full accountability, indicating the beneficiaries of the funds appropriated under the Youth Fund, totaling to 130 billion, Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Program under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, totaling 29.51 billion, and the MYOGA through the Microfinance Support Center under Ministry of Finance, totaling to 260 billion. Madam Speaker, right honorable colleagues, the committee further recommends that future interventions, such as the Youth Fund, should be appropriated under the rightful ministries that ordinarily are mandated to perform such functions in order to avoid duplication and uncoordinated programs. The committee further recommends that government should halt the provision of any form of stimulus until the Auditor General conducts a forensic audit on all funds that have been appropriated for COVID-19 response. Madam Speaker and colleagues, second part is about the high cost of enforcement of COVID-19 containment measures. The task force notes that whereas there is still a deficit in the required budgetary allocation towards the procurement of the much needed vaccines to the tune of 365.9 billion, Government is still spending huge sums of money on COVID-19 containment measures at the expense of vaccination. Since on the onset of COVID-19 in the financial year 2019-2020, a total of 142.23 billion has so far been spent on the enforcement of COVID-19 lockdown directives. In addition, during the financial year 2019-2020, Parliament appropriated a total of Uganda shillings 22.18 billion to support the establishment of 20 isolation centers in each district and to undertake surveillance as means of slowing down on the disease transmission. However, the teams that visited upcountry established that in most of these districts, not a single isolation center ever existed. Madam Speaker and colleagues, the committee recommends that government should submit a detailed accountability to Parliament for Uganda shillings 22.18 billion appropriated to facilitate the establishment of 20 isolation centers per district, indicating the location in each district where such facilities were established. The third area, Madam Speaker and colleagues, is the discrepancy in COVID-19 expenditure for financial year 2019-2020. The Parliament of Uganda appropriated 94.18 billion shillings under supplementary budget schedule, the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health, in its submission to the task force, indicated that by the end of the financial year 2019-20, a total of 92.431 billion has been spent, leaving a balance of 1.75 billion unspent. The balance was reported to have been returned to the consolidated funds. The review of the actual expenditures submitted to the task force by the Ministry of Health revealed a total of Uganda shillings 99.069 billion as having been spent instead of the reported 92.431 billion. The task force therefore noted that this amount is over and above the amount appropriated by 4.8 billion. The source of the additional funds totaling 4.8 billion remains unknown, and it was not possible that the ministry would spend more money than what was appropriated. Therefore, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Health should explain the source of the additional expenditure amounting to 4.8 billion. The fourth part, Madam Speaker and colleagues, is about the discrepancy in the purchase and nationwide distribution of public masks. As a condition for lifting the lockdown in May 2020, Cabinet directed Ministry of Health provide non-medical and reusable face masks totaling to 34,109,085 to all persons above the age of 6. In addition, as a prerequisite to the opening of the schools, Cabinet further directed that all learners should be provided with fabric masks. Therefore, this necessitated a procurement of an additional 2.5 million masks for the finalists in the candidate classes. Consequently, a total of 36.7 million masks at a cost of 2,400 shillings per mask were procured and distributed to 135 districts and all finalist learners in candidate classes across the country. At the cost of 2,400 shillings per public mask, the total cost for 36.7 million masks comes to 88 billion shillings. However, the review of the accountability of the government of Uganda, COVID-19 funding to Ministry of Health for the period March 2020 to June 2021 revealed that a total of 90.99 billion was spent in respect of the procurement of fabric masks for the communities totaling 35,323,287. And finalist learners totaling to 2,592,963. This brings the overall number of community masks to 37,916,250. Consequently, the analysis of the task force revealed a discrepancy in both the reported number of fabric masks procured and distributed by 1,214,202, and the amount of money spent on the procurement of fabric masks by 2.9 billion shillings. Madam Speaker and right honorable colleagues, the Honorable Minister of Health, the committee recommends that the Honorable Minister of Health should explain the observed discrepancy arising from her report titled Update to Parliament Task Force on COVID-19 in Uganda that was dated on 7th of July 2021, and the one titled Accountability for Government of Uganda COVID-19 Funding to Ministry of Health March 2020 to June 2021. These two reports do not speak together. Part 5, Madam Speaker, is about external financing to the Ministry of Health COVID-19 response. The Ministry of Health reported that a total of 389.13 billion was received as external financing for the period March 2019 to June 2021. Out of this, Uganda shillings 215.19 billion was from the Global Fund. 56.24 billion was from the World Bank, the Uganda COVID-19 Response and Emergency Preparedness Project, UCRIP, and Uganda shillings 55.5 was from the World Bank's Contingency Emergency Response Component, while Uganda shillings 51.202 billion was from the East African Islamic Development Bank, I beg your pardon, while 10.4 billion and 0.78 billion was from Gavi and the Uganda Sanitation Fund, respectively. The Contingency Emergency Response Funds were spent on coordination, risk communication, ICT innovations, case management, mental health and psychosocial support, surveillance and laboratory operations, as well as logistics, among others. On the other hand, the UCRIP funds were spent on staff salaries, training of medical health personnel, and other office operations. The global funds were mainly spent on the purchase of test kits, surveillance, support supervision, and the purchase of oxygen cylinders, among others. A review of the external financing accountabilities submitted by Ministry of Health revealed that most of these items that were funded were similar in nature and purpose as those funded using the government of Uganda budget. It was therefore not possible to establish whether there was no duplication and therefore multiple accountabilities. Madam Speaker and right honorable colleagues, the task force therefore recommends that the Auditor General should institute a forensic audit into all the COVID-19 expenditures to ascertain value for money. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I go to part 6, donations towards COVID-19 response. The task force was informed that government, through the National Task Force and district task forces, received both cash and donations in kind. The donations in kind included vehicles, mattresses, beds and beddings, sanitizers, test kits, PPEs, and food items, among others. The task force commends all persons and organizations that made a contribution for their support at this critical time. However, when the task force noted that there was inadequacies, when it came to accountability of donations received. Indeed, this is also reported in the Auditor General's report on the thematic audit report of COVID-19 pandemic government interventions dated 2021 in February. This report provides findings of the Auditor General in respect of the management of COVID-19 interventions for the year 2019-2020. At an appropriate time, the accountability task forces of Parliament shall review it and make recommendations for the appropriate resolution. When the task force reviewed the submission of the Ministry of Health on accountability of COVID-19 government of Uganda funding, it established that a total of 29.6 billion is reported as having been collected as cash donations towards COVID-19 response. Out of this, Uganda shillings 23.9 billion was earmarked towards procurement of 282 pickup trucks. Uganda shilling 3.3 billion was earmarked and spent towards the construction of a blood bank at Soroti, while Uganda shillings 2.4 billion was earmarked and spent on the construction of border health units at Vula and Chanika. Madam Speaker and colleagues, by the time of writing this report, a total of 121 vehicles had been imported into the country and were still awaiting clearance of import taxes totaling to 9 billion by URA. The task force was informed that the Ministry of Health did not have a budget of 9 billion to clear the import taxes. And as a result, the vehicles are still parked in the bonded warehouses awaiting clearance. It has also been established that these vehicles started arriving as early as June 2021, and as a result, the damage costs keep accumulating plus other clearance fees. Madam Speaker and colleagues, whereas the Minister of Health had written to the Minister of Finance requesting for a tax waiver, the Minister of Finance had insisted that the tax obligation had to be met by the Minister of Health. This process was causing undue delays as the vehicles could not be availed to be deployed in the field as required. The task force therefore noted that there was poor planning and disjointed coordination among the two ministries on the procurement of these vehicles. The task force noted that it is inconceivable for government to imagine that funds donated by well-wishers would be used to clear government tax obligations. It is a disappointment towards public generosity. Why wouldn't the government provide counterpart funding to clear the taxes, or provide an undertaking to clear the taxes with URA so that these vehicles are urgently deployed to facilitate the much constrained logistical activities? Madam Speaker, the task force therefore recommended that government should urgently resolve this impasse by either availing the funds to the Minister of Health required to clear the taxes, or settle for the tax waiver altogether, with the view of having the vehicles cleared and deployed to serve the deserving population without any further delay. The decision should also be taken for the remaining 161 vehicles that the Minister of Health indicated were en route. The task force also recommends that in such cases of emergency, such vehicles should have been pre-cleared before arrival so that they can be deployed quickly, avoid unnecessary costs. Or further still, such vehicles could have been warehoused in situ within government facilities as they await clearance to avoid unnecessary damage costs. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, what seems to have happened is that all procurements undertaken during COVID-19 response were of the emergency nature and therefore may have skipped the procurement processes. In the circumstances, the committee recommends the forensic audit to be conducted within 2 months. Part 7 is about the budget for COVID-19 resurgence plan, July 2021 to June 2022. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the total budget estimated to deliver COVID resurgence plan from July 2021 to June 2022 amounts to 1.7 trillion shillings. Out of this, 445.9 billion is earmarked for the procurement of the much needed vaccines, while 808.4 billion, which translates 45% of the budget, will go into logistics. The task force was informed that within the first quarter of the financial year 2021-2022, a total of Uganda shillings 206.3 billion has been earmarked. Specifically, we established that these funds will be used to cater for the oxygen requirements, surveillance, allowances, case management, and management of ambulances, among others. In addition, Uganda shillings 255.4 billion has been reported as committed. And the breakdown of that is 80 billion to the national medical stores, 46.2 from the World Bank UCRIP project, 129 billion from the Global Fund. This brings the total amount available towards the budget for COVID-19 resurgence plan, Uganda shillings 461.7 billion, which leaves a funding gap of 1.3 trillion. When the task force met with the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Honorable Minister indicated that there were resources from the World Bank totaling 480.8 billion, and this money was already in the Minister of Health budget for the financial year 2021-2022. In addition, an allocation of 80 billion was approved under NMS for the financial year 2021-2022. These resources, together with the supplementary budget of 206.3 billion approved by Cabinet, total to the budget available to the Ministry of Health of 767.14 billion shillings. Therefore, going by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the deficit in the financing the budget of the COVID-19 resurgence plan is 996.6 billion. Contrary to what is indicated by the Honorable Minister of Health of 1.3 trillion. It is therefore not clear which of the two figures is the true deficit in the financing of the budget for the COVID-19 resurgence plan. We noted that with this apparent discrepancy between the funding gaps indicated by the two ministries, it is difficult to ascertain the exact deficit in the budget for the COVID-19 resurgence plan for the financial year 2021-2022. Madam Speaker and right honorable colleagues, the committee recommends that government should undertake realistic and harmonized planning with a view of ascertaining the optimal level of financing required for the COVID-19 resurgence plan, taking into account the critical intervention that should be implemented to contain the transmission of COVID-19. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit on that component, and I take this opportunity to invite Honorable Dr. Emmanuel Otara to take on and present the findings from the Eastern region. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Katesh.
Hello. Thank you very much, my colleague, the Honorable Katesh, for presenting that bit of it. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I will be presenting on behalf of the Eastern Region team. And suffice it, Madam Speaker, to say that the Eastern team was constituted by myself, Dr. Emmanuel Otala Otiang, Honorable Dr. Patrick Mutono, Honorable John Baptist Nambeshe, Honorable Milton Muuma, Honorable Dr. Timothy Batua Lusala, Honorable Pamela Kamugo, Honorable Margaret Makoha, Honorable Karim Masaba, and Honorable Jonathan Ebwalu. Right Honorable Madam Speaker, the methodology our overall chairman has already articulated. We reviewed a number of documents and met with the ministry officials. And so I will move right away to cover the scope of our assignment in the Eastern region. The team mapped the Eastern region into sub-regions and sampled districts and health facilities to be visited with a deliberate prioritization of regional referral hospitals and the highest referral facility for every district visited. The team covered all sub-regions, namely Busoga, Bukedi, Bugisu, Sebei, and Tesu sub-regions. The districts were further prioritized based on their status as border districts. And in that regard, we focus on Tororo, Busia, and Namayingo, island districts, and all those with fishing communities. And those included Namayingo, Busia, Buyende, Kaliro, Mayuge, and Jinja. Highland districts with difficult terrain, Sironko, Bududa, Kapchorwa, and Kwen. Accordingly, Right Honorable Speaker, the team covered the districts of Jinja, Iganga, Bujiri, Namayingo, Tororo, Busia, Butaleja, Budaka, Palisa, Butebo, Mbale, Sironko, Soroti, Serere, Katakwi, Bukedea, Chibuku, Bududa, Bugweri, and Kaliro. The team identified 3 border entry points of Malaba in Tororo, Busia Customs and Ruakaka, Busia Customs in Busia, and Ruakaka in Namsindwa. However, due to time constraints, only Malaba border entry point was prioritized based on its strategic location and the volume of traffic, which includes an average of 600 trucks and over 200 persons transiting through it every day. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the team visited all regional referral hospitals, all general hospitals, selected health center 4s and 2 health center 3s. Further, 2 private not-for-profit health facilities were also visited, as I will indicate below. So The regional referral hospitals that we visited included Jinja, Mbale, and Soroti. The general hospitals or district hospitals that we visited included Iganga, Bujiri, Tororo, Masafu, Busolwe, Palisa, Katakwi, Kapchorwa, and Bududa. The health center floors that the team visited included Buyinja, Budaka, Butebo, Namatala, Budadiri, Serere, Chibuku, Bukedea, Busesa, and Bumana Health Center 4. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will mention that one only once, and for the future, I will just be saying that one. The health center praise that we visited included Kandege Health Center 3 in Dolwe Islands and EALA Health Center 3. While Dolwe Island Health Center 3 facility serves over 160,000 people, EALA Health Center 3 serves about 180,000 people. The uniqueness of these two health center 3s is that they are in constituencies without health center force as per government policy. The team also visited private not-for-profit facilities, which I've already said, and we did not visit private for-profit facilities, but we visited private not-for-profit facilities. And these included Kanjinima Health Center 4 in Butebo and Budini Health Center 3 in Kaliro District. The team held meetings with the district task forces of Jinja, Iganga, Bujiri, Tororo, Namayingo, Busia, Butareja, Budaka, Palisa, Butebo, Mbale, Sironko, Soroti, Katakwi, Bukedea, Chibuku, Bududa, Kapchorwa, and Kaliro, and received status reports on COVID-19 management. We also held radio talk shows, and these are the radio stations where we held radio talk shows. Jogo FM in Busia, East FM in Tororo, Big FM in Mbale, Veritas FM in Soroti, and NBS Radio in Jinja. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I now move to our findings. On government preparedness and response to COVID-19, we focus on coordination, planning, financing, and monitoring. And we looked at the work of the district COVID-19 task forces. The team observed that to ensure coordination, planning, financing, and monitoring of government preparedness and response, all districts and cities visited had well-constituted and functional COVID-19 task forces chaired by the resident district commissioners or resident city commissioners as applicable. The teams comprised of RDCs, RCCs, district city chairpersons, Lord mayors, chief administrative officers, district health officers, district community development officers, district probation and welfare officers, district COVID-19 surveillance focal persons, district police commanders, district internal security officers, civil society organization, and the media. The district task forces worked jointly following guidelines issued by the Ministry of Local Government to ensure functionality of all their structures such as sub-county task forces and village COVID-19 task forces. In response to the pandemic, they continue to conduct planning meetings, share information, provide reports and feedback on risk communication and contact tracing and surveillance across all structures. My team therefore recommends that all district task forces should ensure that lower level task forces are fully operational and facilitated. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, in regard to COVID-19 relief support to the vulnerable, my team found that the well-intentioned policy by government to cushion the vulnerable households in cities and municipalities had taken off with a total of 41 billion of the Ugandan shillings 53 billion earmarked for COVID-19 relief support. And 41 billion had already been transferred to the people most affected by the lockdown. The district task forces successfully identified people most affected by the lockdown in various categories, recommended for relief within their jurisdiction, and submitted the list of beneficiaries for consideration. However, the support fell short of covering a significant portion of eligible beneficiaries due to mismatch in their NIN numbers and phone contacts data provided during registration. This anomaly had resulted into the rejections of names of thousands of vulnerable persons that met the criterion for relief support. Thus, the city task forces of Jinja, Mbale, and Soroti districts and the task forces of Tororo, Kapchorwa, Busia, respectively, reported many cases of the targeted beneficiaries missing out on the package. For example, in Tororo, 7,822 households were registered, but only 3,785 were found eligible, leaving out a total of 4,037. While in Kapchorwa, a total of 2,894 out of the 3,412 registered households received the 100,000 Uganda shilling cash transfer, leaving out a combined 518 households. Further, Madam Speaker, the eligibility criteria for relief support across cities and municipalities visited was not based on the current UBOS data, but the old one. The approach used left out vulnerable residents within former municipal jurisdictions of municipalities, which are now cities, and town councils, which are now municipalities, but now fall within the new boundaries of those jurisdictions. For example, Jinja City, which was formerly a municipality with 19,700 households, was elevated to city status by including the surrounding town councils of Bugembe, Budondo, and Mafobira to the two original divisions of Jinja East and Jinja West, which now has a total of 67,000 households. However, the number of households earmarked for support were 7,400, representing a mere 38% of the 19,700 vulnerable households under the old municipal arrangement, instead of catering for 25,000 households that represent a 38% of the current 67,000 households under the city status. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, the team noted that whereas the presidential directive on relief was to first determine the number of vulnerable households through registration, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development set a ceiling of 38% across cities and municipalities, moreover based on the old UBOS data. In some municipalities, the number of border borders registered were almost equivalent to the total number of those eligible to receive relief. In the case of Tororo, it has 3,222 border borders out of the eligible number that was allocated to them of 3,785. The team observed that setting of the ceiling by the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development was a departure from the presidential directive and resulted into inaccurate computation, thereby denying tens of thousands of households covered by the policy from accessing what was due to them. Furthermore, the team observed that most of the vulnerable poor, especially those who did not have funds or those who are not registered for any economic activity, were not considered at all for the relief package. It was a strong feedback from the community during radio talk shows that government, which does not have a comprehensive social safety net for the vulnerable poor, save for the SAGE program of older persons above 80 years, had not considered to provide social protection for the vulnerable who are not engaged in any economic activity amidst the lockdown. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that government should revisit its policy to ensure that the most vulnerable are the majority beneficiaries in COVID-19 relief interventions and not only the most affected by the pandemic. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, on risk communication and the community engagement and infodemics management. The team observed that the district task forces have designated risk communicators who worked jointly with the resident district commissioners to ensure that communities are sensitized on prevention, control, and management of COVID-19 by discouraging risky behaviors that lead to the spread of the virus. During the first wave, the district task forces organized regular radio talk shows and distributed IEC materials on the disease to avert its spread. However, it was noted that in the second wave, the regularity of risk communication and community engagement has been low due to lack of funds. Some of the riskiest behaviors noted in the Eastern region include exhuming of bodies buried scientifically in an attempt to ascertain true identity of the deceased before reburying in accordance with the respective traditional practices of particular cultures. This was a major issue, Right Honorable Speaker. This was a major issue of concern in Bududa district. Moreover, it was also reported that certain communities in Bududa district were deliberately resisting advice of not attending burials, ostensibly on cultural grounds, and this was a possible super spreader of the disease. No wonder the DHO estimated that the number of cases, COVID-19 cases under home-based care were approximately 1,000 in Bududa alone. Nowhere else, Right Honorable Speaker, did the task force note a continuing rise in positivity rate of COVID, except in Bududa. And in Bududa, we found the positivity rate was 45% at the time of our visit, compared to an average of about 15% in other districts we visited. The team, Right Honorable Speaker, was further informed of the effect of unverified information on COVID-19 response, especially on treatment and vaccination. Following the death of the district chief administrative officer of Kapchorwa, 18 days after his vaccination, most of the health workers became hesitant about the vaccination, and as a result, Kapchorwa district ranked lowest in the vaccination statistics of health workers among all the districts visited. In Kapchorwa, the uptake of the vaccine was only 38% compared to an average of 70% in other districts among health workers. In Butaleja, Madam Speaker, every case of COVID-19 death was attributed to possible witchcraft. Not only did this perception help to prevent people from seeking care in health facilities, but also went a long way in hampering the COVID-19 response in the district. During community engagement, Madam Speaker, many people asked about the authenticity and verifiability of the information they have been getting from social media in relation to the COVID-19 disease. Some of the common ones included that the vaccine would reconfigure their DNA, that those who take the vaccine would die after 2 years, that the masks, especially those from China, were impregnated with the virus, that the virus was manufactured by the whites to wipe out black race, and that how could they claim to be finding a solution to the disease. All these allegations, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, and myths dampen the response of many communities to the pandemic. However, the task force noted that the Ministry of ICT, which was adequately facilitated to provide accurate information to the citizens of this country about the pandemic, had not done much in this regard. Further, there was not much presence of the Ministry of ICT on its programs for the ordinary Ugandans at the grassroots in the Eastern region. The team therefore recommends, Right Honorable Speaker, that government should urgently reinforce the district COVID-19 task force of Bududa and Butaleja in risk communication in order to counter harmful cultural practices and beliefs promoting the spread of COVID-19. Two, that all the district task forces across the Eastern region should ensure regular radio or TV programs to strengthen the risk communication and behavior change components of the COVID-19 response. 3, that the Ministry of ICT should come up with regular programs to counter misinformation regarding COVID-19 on all communication platforms. Right, Honorable Speaker, I move now to surveillance, epidemiological investigations, contact tracing, and adjustment of public health and social measures. In regard to facilitation of surveillance activities, the team observed that due to limited funding, critical functions of the district task forces, such as surveillance, contact tracing, and home-based care activities, operated below optimal. For example, whereas a total budget allocation of 284.4 million had been provided to Bukedea district response to COVID-19 wave 2, the district task force had earmarked only 29.6 million.
Sorry to interpret my member. Right, Honorable Speaker, I note that this report is 173 pages. If we do read word by word, we might be here for the next, I think, 4 hours. Is it okay, Right Honorable Speaker, if he can just read the observations and the findings? And since we are not going to have the debate today, members will be able to access the already uploaded reports, and then they can read in the detail. If that's okay with colleagues, because 173 pages will be leaving here at around 9:10 p.m.
Doctor, I think you read the recommendations and your findings and recommendations.
Thank you for your guidance.
And then members will go and look at the report for the next debate.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Thank you.
That guidance, and I thank my senior colleague also for the intervention. So in regard to facilitation for surveillance activities, we found that there was inadequate facilitation, and money was being transferred, money was being put mainly in administrative arrangements, as I was elaborating in the case of Bukedea, where 284.4 million went towards paying allowances, while only 29.6 million went towards fuel for supervision and surveillance. So the team recommends as follows. The Ministry of Local Government should revisit the guidelines on utilization of funds extended to local governments to prioritize and to ensure that sufficient resources are committed to critical functions of surveillance and contact tracing across districts in the subsequent allocations and releases towards COVID-19 response. 2, that all district task forces should forthwith adequately facilitate surveillance focal persons and ensure their allowances are promptly paid. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, on the state of COVID-19 screening and sample collection areas, we found that most of the sample collection areas are either torn tents, which are totally in tatters, they are worn out, they don't have any equipment like chairs or any other equipment for screening. And most of them were not from the government of Uganda, but from UNICEF and UNHCR. So my team recommended that government should set up reasonable structures that are fully furnished for COVID-19 screening and testing within 3 months of the adoption of this report. 2, that the Ministry of Health should ensure that all COVID-19 screening and sample collection centers are readily manned all the time as a matter of urgency. Regarding the policy on testing, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the team was notified that as a result of the sudden surge of COVID-19 cases during the second wave, most testing centers could only afford to pick samples from persons presenting with signs and symptoms. We noted that this was a departure from the previous policy of mandatory testing for all suspected cases, including their contacts. We therefore recommend that government should consider reviewing the current policy on testing to one which estimates the positivity rate with accuracy, including the asymptomatic cases for avoidance of doubt. In particular, government should prioritize mass testing, especially in areas where the positivity rate is still high, above 15%, in order to curtail the possibility of sliding into a third wave. Regarding enforcement of standard operating procedures by the security agencies, Right Honorable Speaker, the task force found that there was limited facilitation for enforcement personnel. The security was overstretched in particular districts such as Bududa, Namisindwa, Tororo, and Busia. The situation was worse in Bududa, which had 28 sub-counties and just very thin numbers, which we didn't want to mention for purposes of protecting our security. In regard to enforcement of standard operating procedures, the team received feedback about enforcement of SOPs by security agencies across all districts visited and noted pockets of resistance from the population against attempts by security agencies to enforce the SOPs. This was the case in Butareja, where a 15-year-old girl was fatally shot by a stray bullet while the police attempted to enforce curfew measures. Again, in Bududa and Bale, the police expressed their vulnerability to attacks by angry border riders attempting to get back to their work. The same thing was also found in Chibuku. Regarding excessive use of force by law enforcement officers, the communities, on the other hand, complained that that the police used excessive force and brutality while enforcing the SOPs. Several caller-ins claim that in Mwelo Parish in Tororo district, for example, police attacked them in their homes to enforce curfew measures, thereby violating their family privacy. In Busia, a nurse coming from duty was severely wounded by a police officer enforcing curfew. The officer was apprehended and remanded to Masafi prisons. Regarding indiscriminate enforcement of restrictions, the team noted that health workers across the region were often stopped and prevented from attending to night duty in spite of holding travel permits or even their work IDs issued by the medical officers. The team further observed that the indiscriminate enforcement of lockdown restrictions affected pregnant women, nursing mothers, and other inpatients who are often left unattended to throughout the night due to absence of health workers on duty during the night. Regarding inadequate PPE for law enforcement personnel, we noted that the police and other enforcement agencies, most of them were not properly facilitated with personal protective equipment. So in view of all that, those observations that I've just stated, the team recommends that the Ministry of Internal Affairs should adequately facilitate law enforcement personnel charged with the duty of enforcing standard operating procedures for COVID-19. That the respective district COVID-19 task forces should provide regular sensitization to the communities in regard to the role of police and other law enforcement officers to create a harmonious relationship necessary for promoting compliance to the SOPs. That respective district COVID-19 task forces should ensure that health workers that were not cleared to travel during curfew time are enabled to freely access their places of deployment. That in the long run, government should provide accommodation to all critical medical staff at their places of work. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Internal Affairs should, with immediate effect, ensure that all frontline workers, namely health workers and the security personnel, are provided with adequate PPE while on duty. I now move on to point of entry, international travel, and transport and mass gatherings. The team visited Malaba, which is the second largest entry point to the country after Entebbe International Airport, and it clears about 2,000 persons transiting through it. But the team observed that the COVID task force at that border point is not testing everybody as was done in the previous first wave. Rather, they are relying on test results from Kenya, because in Kenya, the tests are free, but in Uganda, they are every entrant without a test result, without a negative test result, is required to pay 150,000. As a result,
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you so much, Honorable Member, for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker, as the Minister of Health, I have a report. And as the report has been...
Speaker, people are not hearing you.
I'm saying, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the Honorable Member for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker, as the Minister for Health, I have a report, which report I have been following and as guided that the presenter currently having the floor should highlight the observations, the findings, and recommendations. However, I am perturbed that what he's currently reading is nowhere within the report that was given to the Minister of Health. I needed to be guided whether I'm having the right report he's reading through, or whether he's making some of the findings from as a by the way, not through the report. Because now it's very difficult for us to follow accordingly. Halfway, we have lost track. I need that guidance, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tala, can you help the minister? I'm actually surprised you have the report, because you had said you didn't have the report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, actually, according to the guidance that you gave, I'm just trying to summarize to highlight. Perhaps that is why the minister is not.
Just tell her the page you're in.
I am on page 47. And yeah, I will just continue to summarize in the interest of time. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as I was saying that at Malaba border point, the staff manning the COVID management at that point are testing only about 50% of, only 50 people of about 2,000 people transiting through that border point in a day. And this is as a result of the fact that Uganda is charging for COVID treatment, while in Kenya it is free. Secondly, Uganda is relying on the negative reports, negative test results coming from Kenya. So my team recommended that the Ministry of Health should revert to the original testing protocol at all border entries without relying on foreign results whose authenticity cannot be ascertained. Two, that the Ministry of Internal Affairs should increase the presence of both police and immigration personnel to man the highly porous border points, especially on Lake Victoria. Three, that Ministry of Health should provide special COVID-19 interventions to Bukoli Islands of Namaingo districts as hard to reach and hard to stay areas in order to address the rising COVID-19 infections. Right Honorable Speaker, 4, that government should encourage local cross-border community collaborations in addition to other engagements by central government to address the problem of unchecked cross-border movements that accelerate the importation of the virus. Right Honorable Speaker, I now move to laboratories and diagnostics, and I will focus my attention on availability, adequacy, and reliability of the test kits. Right Honorable Speaker, most of the health facilities we visited are relying on RDTs for testing. In Kapchorwa, for example, out of 88 people tested using an RDT, 33 turned out to be positive when they used PCR. This cast doubt on the sensitivity and the specificity of some of these RDTs, but we also thought that this could be a human error. And if such a thing can happen, especially to our people who are traveling across international borders, then it would cast doubts on our testing abilities. The team therefore observed that a combination of inaccuracies and unverified errors by the test results occasioned by poor sensitivity of the test kits or human error and the current practice of lack of mass testing could have far-reaching consequences on the spread of the disease. We therefore recommended as follows. 1, that the Ministry of Health should scale up testing through cascading COVID-19 tests at lower health facilities in order to cover at least all contacts of patients. 2, that the ministry should carry out random sampling and testing of the community in order to ascertain with a reasonable degree of accuracy the national COVID-19 positivity rates. And 3, that the Ministry of Health should undertake mass testing in selected high volume areas as well as areas where the positivity rate is high and strengthen contact tracing, isolation of the sick, and repeated target testing prior to opening the lockdown. Right Honorable Speaker, I move to infection prevention, control, and protection of the health workforce. We found that whereas PPEs was the main guard against infection, oftentimes health workers attended to COVID-19 patients without adequate protection and thus were increasingly exposed to contracting the virus, especially when handling the non-positive cases, as well as when dealing with the general patients, some of whom are asymptomatic. We further noted that at Soroti Regional Referral Hospital, NMS had supplied only 70 units. I beg your pardon, Madam Speaker. That at Bukede Health Center 4, NMS had supplied only 1 packet of masks of 50 pieces on 31st May 2021 via delivery note with the journey number 210520-057. According to the estimate of the health workers, such a delivery note would only last them 3 days. Unfortunately, this delivery came at the peak of the COVID-19 second wave. Further, in Soroti, we found that NMS had supplied only 70 units of a blood thinner, which is necessary for use in patients in critical ICU areas. The team observed that the delivery note with journey number 210506-042 actually would only serve 7 patients for that particular drug, yet the facility had seen 69 patients. We further noted that the adoption of the home-based care strategy and the inclusion of village health teams among frontline workers required that government provides more personal protective equipment to protect not only the village health teams, but also the contacts of patients who are under home-based care. The team was further notified that health facilities order for drugs and essential health supplies, but their orders are not honored by NMS. The team was further informed that NMS has not yet adopted the electronic logistic information management system for procurement of emergency health supplies and has continued to prefer the push system. And we found that under the electronic logistic information management system, the facility is able to see the balance on hand, the quantity ordered versus what is being issued by NMS, but also it allows the other partners like Ministry of Health officials to know what facilities are ordering and to coordinate the whole process. So the team found that NMS was not supplying adequate amounts of personal protective equipment, and normally they make only one cycle in 2 months, and what they are supplying is too inadequate. We also noted that as a result of providing inadequate personal protective equipment, health workers who are our frontline workers are getting infected in line of duty. And that is the case in Bujiri, where the positivity rate is 10, and the number of health workers that had been infected in line of duty were 6. In Serere, we found all 4 midwives infected. In Bukedea, the positivity rate is 12. We found 49 health workers infected. In Kapchorwa, positivity rate is 37.8. We found 28 health workers infected so far. In Jinja, 14 positivity rate, 5 health workers had been infected. In Butaleja, 32, 1 of them had died. In Parisa, positivity rate is 46, 28 health workers had been infected. In Iganga, positivity rate 17, 18 health workers had been infected. And in Tororo, positivity rate 16, 97 health workers had been infected. And this was as a result of inadequate PPE. Right, Honorable Speaker, we recommend as follows.
Your chair wants to say something.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I really want to request my colleague just to read the heading, the subtopic, and come to recommendation. You've gone back to the details, and we really don't have that time.
Thank you, senior colleague, for that further guidance. So we recommended as follows, that the Minister of Health.
Procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the role of teamwork, but I've also seen the chairperson crying to his member to do certain things he can ably do to save time to this House. Are we proceeding well, Madam Chair, when the chairperson can ably deal with that he thinks is meet for this House, so that we can move, Madam Speaker?
Honorable member, we had regional chairpersons, and Dr. Otala was a regional chair of Eastern Region, and the OIC is about to finish. Doctor, can you finish?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for that guidance. Now, our recommendations on that subtopic is as follows. The Minister of Health should strengthen the pool system of procurement of essential medicines and health supplies by health facilities. 2, the Minister of Finance should provide adequate resources to the national medical stores to facilitate procurement of adequate quantities of PPEs, essential medicines, and other health supplies in accordance with the needs of the facilities. 3, that the national medical stores urgently adopt the electronic logistic information management system within the next 2 months. Right Honorable Speaker, on adherence to standard operating procedures, we are recommending as follows. that government should encourage people to wear masks and observe SOPs. 2, that government should scale up regular sensitization programs on prevention and management of COVID-19 and increase the distribution of IEC materials. Regarding case management, clinical operations, and therapeutics, with a focus on intensive care units and high dependency units for severe cases of COVID-19, Right Honorable Speaker, we found that in the Eastern region, only Jinja Regional Referral Hospital has ICUs. Mbale and Soroti only have high dependency units. And so we recommend as follows, that in the short term, Ministry of Health should procure, and Right Honorable Speaker, we also found that most of them lacked oxygen, and they were really struggling with maintaining poorly functional oxygen plants in their facilities. So we recommended as follows, that in the short term, Ministry of Health should procure liquid oxygen for use in COVID-19 treatment units. 2, that the Ministry of Health should fully functionalize all intensive care units at regional referral hospitals. 3, that Ministry of Health should procure adequate oxygen cylinders for all general hospitals and health center force. 4, that Ministry of Health should revisit the policy of limiting ICUs to regional referral hospitals and have them functionalize at general hospitals, since most of them were already operating as such, and health center force that already had initiated COVID treatment units in their facilities. 5, that the Ministry of Health should recruit, train, and deploy qualified personnel to man oxygen generating plants at regional referral hospitals. 6, in the medium and long term, delivery of oxygen to patients in health facilities should be by piping. Regarding human resources for COVID-19 management, overall, we found that there was inadequate staffing, especially at the ICUs and high dependency units. We didn't have intensivists, we didn't have the required doctors, etc., etc. In Jinja, for example, the only regional referral hospital in the East with an ICU, there were only 3 nurse intensivists out of the required 10. The nurses were overstretched. The committee recommends as follows, that within the next 3 months, the Ministry of Health, in liaison with the Ministry of Public Service and Ministry of Local Government, should expedite the hiring of adequately trained personnel to man the COVID-19 treatment units and testing centers as a matter of urgency. In particular, the ministry could explore the possibility of hiring specialist health workers from wherever they can be got. 2, the ministry should explore the possibility of hiring, I beg your pardon on that. 2, that the ministry should revisit the staffing structures for all health facilities across the country to address the glaring staffing gaps in the facilities. Regarding payment of risk allowances for frontline staff, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, we found that the frontline workers had not been paid since the first wave, and that there was discrimination in who is to be paid. Only those in COVID treatment units were being paid, yet all health workers across the board were getting in touch, in contact with the patients, some of whom are asymptomatic. So the team recommends as follows, that all areas in allowances for health workers who have been saving lives in the front line should be paid off within the next 2 months. 2, that government should adopt a single spine structure for payment of risk allowances to address discontent among health workers. 3, Ministry of Finance should exempt taxing health workers risk allowances. By the way, that was another very big issue of taxing allowances of these health workers sacrificing their lives. 4, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development should immediately compensate immediate families of health workers who have died in line of duty. 5, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development should process compensation for health workers who have been infected in line of duty within the next 3 months, not focusing only on those who got infected by virtue of working in ICUs, but all health workers who have been infected. Regarding general hospitals, we found that the general hospitals were already treating COVID-19, and this was the basis for us to recommend that all general hospitals should be gazetted as COVID treatment units instead of only focusing on regional referral hospitals. We also found that there are certain regions whereby general hospitals had taken on treating COVID patients because every time they refer COVID patients to the regional referral hospitals, the patients are bounced because of lack of bed capacity in those regional referral hospitals. In particular, in Bukedi, we found that this sub-region, which has a population of 2.2 million people, does not have a regional referral hospital, and yet that region was the third highest in the number of COVID patients. As a result, they had lost so many of the COVID cases. We therefore recommended that government should urgently establish COVID treatment centers at Kapchorwa, Palisa, and Toro General Hospitals as a matter of emergency and urgency to decongest Mbale and Soroti Regional Referral Hospitals to save the sub-region from many deaths. In addition, the Ministry of Health should fast-track the presidential pledge to elevate Tororo and Palsa General Hospitals to regional referral status. 3, that Kapchorwa General Hospitals be elevated to regional referral status because of its unique geographical status and difficult terrain to save most of our people from that region from unnecessary deaths. Regarding home-based care, Right Honorable Speaker, the team noted that the introduction of home-based care strategy to treat mild and moderate COVID-19 patients from the community due to high levels of transmission. However, despite a robust health structure from the top to the grassroots, to date, there are no mechanism of facilitating or following up patients who are on home-based care. And that most of the time, these patients are tested and told to go back home without being given any drugs. The team therefore recommended as follows, that the Ministry of Health should provide adequate supplies of PPEs to the village health teams and patient attendants, while not negating on the responsibility of individuals and families to uphold their health. 2, that government should provide the necessary supplies to monitor and manage patients under home-based care, including providing medicines and at least 1 oximeter per village health team to monitor the oxygen saturation of patients under home-based care. 3, that the Ministry of Health should within 1 year come up with an integrated home-based care policy for all applicable diseases. And 4, that the district task forces should strengthen the surveillance, monitoring, reporting, and follow-up of COVID cases under home-based care. Right Honorable Speaker, regarding availability of drugs for treatment of COVID, we found that these drugs were not
Dr.
available.
Turner, you have 5 minutes to finish.
And we recommended that the team, that the Ministry of Health provides COVID-19 drugs to all patients under home-based care. Regarding the state of COVID-19 management at general hospitals, Right Honorable Speaker, we are recommending that treatment and management of COVID-19 be cascaded to general hospitals, health center 4s and health center 3s, which had already started on the treatment of COVID-19 out of necessity. 2, that government should in the medium term expand the ward capacity of Uganda General Hospital to accommodate the large volumes of patients that the hospital now admits. 3, in the long run, we recommend that government should upgrade Uganda General Hospital to a regional referral hospital to serve the wide catchment area that relies on the facility for specialized treatment and care. Regarding operations, support, and logistics supply, we noted that the ambulance system, the regional ambulance system that the Minister of Health talked about had not been properly facilitated, whereas a few ambulances had been delivered, but they were not put under the hands of the regional referral hospitals. They were dropped in several places without actually informing the regional referral hospitals. We therefore recommend that the Ministry of Health should urgently put in place a proper coordination and management mechanism and prioritize resources to fully functionalize the regional ambulance system. Two, that the Ministry of Health should provide all classes and categories of ambulances for all levels of care, right from health center 3 to the national referral facilities, including specialized boat ambulances for the island areas. Three, that the Ministry of Health should provide a framework to regulate and standardize ambulances that are being owned all over by different categories of people. In the long run, the ministry should explore the easiest way of acquiring air ambulances for the country and at least one category of ambulance for each of the regional referral hospitals. Regarding vaccination, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, we noted that the major demand by the people is that there should be mass vaccination in order for the country to get herd immunity. We therefore recommended that governments should provide sufficient doses of vaccines to address the growing public demand and to achieve herd immunity of the population. Two, that governments should provide a 6-month roadmap program of how this is going to be achieved. Regarding assessment of the health and other impacts of COVID-19, we found that there was massive effect on other health services, particularly mental health services had been closed in most hospitals, and those mental health wards were now treating COVID. The ministry, we therefore recommend that the Ministry of Health should urgently reinstate mental health services at regional referral hospitals to ensure provision of mental health services at that level. Two, that the Ministry of Health should provide resources for construction and equipping of COVID-19 treatment units at regional referral hospitals, general hospitals, and health center force that are already treating COVID. Other impacts included the use of concoctions, like you had COVID-X and so many others, and we are recommending that government should ensure that indigenous researchers follow both the WHO protocols for introducing drugs into population and the Traditional and Complementary Medicine Act of 2019. Two, that government should come up with a clear policy to support indigenous research in herbal medicines and facilitate the patenting of local medicine. On socio-economic impact, Right Honorable Speaker, most of the people had been affected, especially in the countryside, and we are recommending as follows, that government should again rein in on financial institutions that are harassing our citizens, to further reschedule the loan repayment in view of the ongoing COVID-19 situation. Two, that the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development should scale up their interventions of empowering youths with skills and viable sources of livelihood to prevent them from falling into risky behavior, including transactional sex in identified hotspots such as Bukedea. There are teams of people organized there, no size, team no sleep, team no whatever, so many of them. These need to be targeted. Three, that Ministry of Local Government should provide and ring-fence additional resources commensurate with the current needs of the district community development and probation and welfare officers in order to reinforce community mobilization and supporting services to support those with psychosocial conditions. Four, Ministry of Health should explore implementation of targeted lockdowns in hotspots based on surveillance information in order to minimize the socio-economic effects of generalized lockdown of the whole country. Regarding utilization of resources appropriated to COVID-19, my honorable colleague has already alluded to this at length, the Honorable Katesh, and I will not again highlight. Regarding assessment of the role of the private health sector.
Don't repeat what has already been said. Your time is up.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Just to summarize, as I summarize, we found that private not-for-profit health facilities had complemented the efforts of government in the management of COVID. And we recommend as follows, that government should support rural private not-for-profit facilities in the fight against COVID-19 with PPE, oxygen, and other consumables to have a multi-stakeholder engagement in the fight against the pandemic. Two, that in the short to medium term, government should second health workers to PNFPs. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, with that very lengthy submission, I beg to submit that we further recommended that all health centers that we visited and served as the highest facilities in the districts that don't have district hospitals should be urgently upgraded to general hospitals as per the government policy to have general hospitals in districts in order to address the challenges of increased demand and pressure on health facilities by the growing population.
Thank you.
Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, we further recommend that Parliament should adequately fund teams such as this one in order to be able to interface with the public through radios for a longer time. We found that the facilitation was not inadequate for us to have to buy enough airtime. And finally, that government should ensure that small media's up country as well should be facilitated, not only here in Kampala. With those remarks, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much.
And may I take this opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker, to invite my colleague, Dr. Ryonga Joseph, to come and present.
The parts that have not been read should be captured in the Hansard.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thought I would guide my colleagues who are coming to present. Now that we've heard from the east, I think let's go to the north first. And colleagues, as you can see, the House might be suffering from diminishing marginal returns. So we need just to be precise to the point. And if Honorable Dr. Yume, you can do it in the next 10, 15 minutes, that would be most appropriate.
And whatever you leave out, we shall capture it in the Hansard. Members are going to read this report and debate on this report.
Thank you very much, my chairperson. Colleagues, my name is Dr. Charles Ayume, Member of Parliament, Koboko Municipality. I'm here to present the Northern Report on COVID-19. The members, myself, Dr. Charles Ayume, Dr. Samuel Opio, Honorable George Didi Boka, Honorable Dr. Lillian Aber, Honorable Charles Onen, Honorable North Jonathan Odur, Honorable Ojara Mapenduzi, Honorable Faith Nakut, and Honorable Emmanuel Oganatho, assisted by Honorable Jimmy Ochero. Methodology, colleagues, is the same. We visited the 4 sub-regions of Karamoja, Acholi, West Nile, and Lango. In Karamoja, we visited Moroto Regional Referral, the general hospitals of Abing and Kabong, Health Center Falls of Nabelatuk, Amudat, Tokora, Karenga, and Kotido. The private not-for-profit hospital visited is Matani Hospital in Napak District. Actually, we visited Gulu Regional Referral Hospital and Kitgum General Hospital, Health Center Falls, Padibe, and Pajule. The PNFP we visited is St. Mary's Hospital, Acho, and we also paid a visit to Elegu Border Post. In West Nile, we visited the regional referral in Arua and Yumbe. The general hospitals of Ajumani, Moyo, Koboko, and Nebi were visited. Health Center Falls, Maracha Health Center 4, Oli, Obonge, and Pakwach. The private not-for-profit hospital visited is Nyapea Hospital in Zombo District. In Lango sub-region, we visited Apache Hospital, Lira Regional Referral Hospital, the Health Center Falls of Dokolo, Aboke, Aleptong, and Aduku. We also visited Aber PNFP Hospital. Our findings, observations, and recommendations. Madam Speaker, the parameters we collected were drawn from the 10 pillars of WHO, which Ministry of Health also draws its monitoring pillars from. Just to inform members, these include coordination, financing, and monitoring, risk communication and community engagement, surveillance and contact tracing, points of care and transportation, laboratory and diagnostics, infection and prevention control, case management, maintenance of essential services, and vaccination. So, under objective 1, prevention, we looked at vaccination. Vaccination in the entire northern region had occurred, and vaccines, they had started receiving vaccines from March 2021. The uptake initially was poor, but with the onset of the second wave, there was a surge in demand for vaccines, and on average, each district received between 3,000 and 5,000 doses. Interestingly, the uptake among health workers in districts and hospitals varied. We saw in Lacho Hospital, it was at 94%, and yet in Gulu Regional Referral, which is about 3 kilometers down the road, was 55%. The team also noted that of the 4 staff who were admitted in Gulu Regional Referral and passed on, there was no history of having been vaccinated. Recommendation, there should be mass vaccination as guided by MOH. All health workers should be vaccinated fully, and continuous mass media sensitization on the merits of vaccination. Availability of personal protective equipment. There was evidence, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, honorables, that National Medical Stores was delivering personal protective equipment. However, the quantities varied across health facilities, and there was need to strengthen the reporting mechanism to ensure that facilities receive quantities that they use. The PPEs have been spelled out: gumboots, face masks, the N95s, coveralls, and face shields. The team recommended that the Ministry of Health should purchase more N95 and KN95 face masks to avoid the issue of double masking, which had been advised by the Director General of Health Services. Enforcement of SOPs and the presidential directives. The task force observed that most districts were implementing and enforcing the presidential directives. And this was shown in the positivity rates. Apart from Arua City, where they had a positivity rate of 37%. And it's no wonder that the discos were still going on in Arua City, despite lockdown. And there were also issues, there was a lot of human and vehicle traffic in the city. So we were wondering what was the driver of this 37%, but it was clear that there were issues to do with failure to adhere to the SOPs. Availability of sanitizers and hand washing facilities. This was a common observation in all the facilities we visited, banks we went to, and the hospitals. So there was good adherence to that. And there was evidence that Ministry of Health was supplying that as part of the COVID emergency kit. Surveillance. As mentioned earlier, surveillance is a crucial component in the fight against pandemics and epidemics. One of the ways is constitution of district task forces, and that is the system that provides overall oversight in the district. We found all these functional and fully constituted in the districts. They were multi-sectoral and included politicians, security. In districts where there were universities, there were also people from academia and people from the health facility. And where there were traditional leaders, they were also brought on board. However, their biggest challenge was logistics, in the form of transport and fuel. However, the chief administrative officers acknowledged that they had received the IPS for task force operations. We encourage them to implement the activities stipulated in the guidelines and ensure that there is proper financial accountability. Diagnostics, we looked at laboratory and imaging services. Test kits for COVID-19 were available in all the districts we visited in northern Uganda, and this improved surveillance. All regional referral hospitals, general hospitals, and health center force were able to conduct RDT tests for COVID-19 suspected cases. Ministry of Health had delivered PCR machines to all regional referral hospitals for PCR testing. In Koboko, however, rapid diagnostic testing did not cascade to health center 3s, and this was a very huge concern. We should ensure that it goes down until health center 3s to help in surveillance. We observed that all health center 4s, all general hospitals had gene expert machines. The laboratory scientists recommended and guided that gene expert machines can be repurposed to also do PCR testing. If software is upgraded, if cartridges are bought, and if the lab technicians are subjected to do a 2-day training. So, honorable colleagues, Madam Speaker, we can cascade PCR testing further down to general hospitals and health center force because we have the machines already in place. In Ajumani Hospital, this was already put to good use. Positivity rates by sub-region. Karamoja, I'll read by district. Amudat 21%, Napak 12%, Moroto 10%, Nakapiripirit 9%, Nabilatuk 9.1%, Karenga 5%, Kotido 6.6%, Abim 9.5%, and Kabong 4.8%. Amudat has an open border with Kenya, and probably this may explain the high positivity rate. In Acholi sub-region, Kitgum 13%, Noya 14%, and Gulu 8.4%. West Nile, as I mentioned earlier, Arua 37%. I gave the explanation. Zombo 3%, Pakwach 22%, Maracha 4.7%, Nebi 7.9%, Ajumani 8.2%, Madiokolo 6%. Lango sub-region, Otuke 13%, Aleptong 9%, Oyam 8%, Lira 13%, Dokolo 13%, Amolata 13.5%, Kwanya 9.6%, Apache 10.2%, Kole 8.8%. Just as a reminder, the national average of positivity rates is 9%. X-ray services, we all know that imaging plays a vital role, Madam Speaker, in monitoring the progress of improvement of COVID patients, but can also help in identifying pathology in asymptomatic patients. We noticed that this vital service was available in 80% of the hospitals visited.
Right Honorable Speaker, I was looking at the Honorable Aimezirado watch, and he has a very good one. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. X-ray services were functional in all the facilities visited, apart from Abim, where it was due to a wiring malfunction, and it was absent in Koboko. Transport for surveillance was a very big issue in all the districts, and it was a very big cry. But we gave them the reassurance that Ministry of Health had procured a few units, as had been mentioned by my predecessor. Points of entry were still a challenge. Most of the districts in northern Uganda are borderline districts. One of them, like Lamo, has 150 kilometers of porous border. Yumbe has 70 kilometers of porous border. So these present a challenge when it comes to enforcement. Case management, We lack, Madam Speaker, we lack the requisite human resource in terms of numbers and specialists, especially for ICUs. There's goodwill by Ministry of Health. We can already see space being repurposed for ICUs.
Honorable chairs, where in the east there was an aspect of human resource, you don't need to repeat in the other area.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would want to say that the only ICU
Please
that's
summarize. Please summarize.
the only ICU that's functioning in the whole of Northern Region is found in Lacho Hospital, fully functional, and they were able to receive additional ICU equipment from Ministry of Health. I also forgot to mention, Madam Speaker, the only CT scan machine that we have in the whole of Northern Uganda is found in Aber PNF Hospital in Oyam district. An honorable member.
Procedure. Thank you, Right
Yes.
Honorable Speaker. I am Sekavira Dennis. I just want to suggest that we change the way proceeding. I don't think we're proceeding right, since the report has not yet reached to us. And I would suggest that we can discuss the reports for the various regions when we can discuss them.
Dennis, have you been in the house since we started? Can you summarize, Dr. Ibe?
Secondly, last but not least, the contribution by PNFPs, Right Honorable Speaker, it's imperative that government increases the PHC non-grant wage allocation to PNFPs because they are doing a very big service to the Ugandan community. On the impact of COVID-19, my colleague had spoken about it. It has affected, it has had a big socioeconomic impact, but also in the case of teenage pregnancies and undermarriages, like we had seen in the Karamoja sub-region. Infrastructure, there's been goodwill by government to improve higher infrastructure, but the problem now we are seeing is in Health Center 4s and Health Center 3s. Finally, Madam Speaker, there's an issue to do with areas of non-paid utility bills. We saw that in Nebi, where they have an outstanding with national water of 700 million. So we have to really come in and sort this issue out. That is for electricity and for water. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Dr. Yume. The remaining colleagues, if something has been captured, even if it is not in your area, if it is water, it is human resource, it is lack of PPEs, it is captured. We are going to capture the whole report in the Hansard. Don't repeat anything, even if you have to come and make one line that your one was in the Western and the findings that were in the East are the same as what was in the West. That is enough. Next. Next. Dr. Yonga, you have 5 minutes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I'm called Dr. Joseph Rionga, MP Hoima West, representing the
Speak up.
Western region.
I don't think people behind are hearing you.
The members for the Western region were Dr. Joseph Rionga, Honorable Mwijuki Francis from Buhweju, Asime Florence from Masindi, Bevona B. Josephine from Bundibujo, Tamara Dennis from Kabale Municipality, Nakatunas Nancy from Hoima City, Rutahigo Alesha from Rukunjiri, Twijuke Dan Kimosho from Kazo County, and Katishumba Dixon from Shema, but that one also was the central. I'll go straight to the methodology is the same. I'll go straight to the observations and recommendations. I will not repeat myself. For the district stroke city COVID-19 task forces, what recommendation was that the task forces should be boosted with enhanced financial and logistical facilitation in order to make them fully operational. Then some districts like Buhweju and the Shema, there was some friction between the RDCs and the political leaders. So the recommendation was the local government and political leadership should work in cohesion to ensure that the DTF are efficiently connected. Then on COVID-19 relief support to the vulnerable, the recommendations are more or less the same. The government should revisit this policy to ensure that the most vulnerable are the beneficiaries in the COVID relief interventions. This government should ensure that workers employed under the exercise are remunerated on time, as late payments portray the government in bad light. The government must integrate data of Ugandans from the different government agencies for better budgeting and implementation of government programs. They also have government engages the lower LCs for identification of vulnerable individuals within their communities. For the risk communication and community engagements, what the government should urgently produce IEC materials on COVID-19 in local languages within the regions, and the use of ICT should be fully facilitated to develop radio on-spot messages, activities, and programs to counter misinformation and mystify the fear associated with COVID-19 interventions. And all DTFs should be adequately funded to conduct radio programs more regularly in the different languages to strengthen this communication and behavior in the communities. When it comes to facilitation of surveillance activities, there was lack of enough fuel and transport for surveillance officers. So we recommended that the district should provide adequate financial and logistical support to surveillance function for allowances for staff and operations. On infrastructure of COVID-19 management, on all the hospitals which we went, they converted the already existing structures into COVID treatment centers, like when you go to regional hospitals, there are the mental health units like in Hoi Makawale. So the promotion was the government should set up reasonable structures that are fully funded for COVID-19 screening and testing, and the Ministry of Health should ensure that all COVID-19 screening and sample collection centers are fully manned all the time. Also on testing, the motion was the government should consider reviewing the current policy on testing by emphasizing and encouraging more PCR and gene expert testing. These estimate the positivity rate with accuracy, including the asymptomatic cases for avoidance of doubt. The government should ensure that the COVID-19 laboratories are fully equipped with staff, necessary equipment, and reagents to carry out these tests. On increasing incidents of brutality by police, the task force recommends the security leadership at the districts composed of the RDC and the DSOs should rein on enforcement officers to ensure that they exercise their role with restraint. Then there's indiscriminate enforcement of restrictions. Local arrangements should be reached in consultation between security and the medical officers as travel permits are processed to enable frontline move to their places of deployment. The security and enforcement officers conduct their duty with professionalism. In the long run, the government should provide accommodation to all critical medical staff at their places of work. On limited capacity to enforce restrictions by the security teams, the security and enforcement personnel be reinforced in numbers to attain effectiveness. There should also be increased financial and logistical facilitation to motivate them to carry out their mandate. The security and enforcement teams be categorized under the most vulnerable and be availed with the necessary PPEs to avoid exposure to COVID-19. On points of entry, this was made in Bundibujo. The Minister of Health
Summarize.
They're the same like my other colleagues. I can go to the conclusion because others are the same. The conclusion was The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020 posed a challenge, unlike any other faced before to the health system in Uganda. Government is applauded for the efforts taken in providing necessary measures for COVID-19 management. However, it is prudent that the government ensures that necessary infrastructure, medicines, equipment, and personnel to manage the health system are in place to ensure efficient and effectiveness of interventions. The task force further underscores the importance of prioritizing mass vaccination to all eligible 22 million Ugandans in the long run as a more sustainable measure as opposed to the short-term and unsustainable measures presently under implementation. A bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rayonga. The last one. Please summarize it.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and members. I'm Nakazwe Hope Grania, woman member of Parliament, Mwende District, and presenting the report for Central Region. Central Region, like any other team, was comprised of doctors and other honorable members. It was led by Honorable Dr. Bukenya Michael, Honorable Dr. Lulu Mebaiga, Honorable Nakazwe Hope Grania, myself, Honorable Pauline Mirembe, Honorable Fortunate Rose Nantongo, Honorable Mikaeli Kakembo, Honorable David Kabanda, Honorable Charles Tebandeke, Honorable Gonzaga Sewungu, and Honorable Dr. Abedi Wanika. The methodology is the same, but I'm going to mention the districts that we chose to visit as Central Region, among which is Kampala, Entebbe, Mwende, Mityana, Masaka, Chotera, Lyantonde, Kalungu, Buyikwe, and Kayunga. The team reviewed hospital management reports like any other team. The district task force, port authorities at Mutukula and the UCAA, hospital and health center management teams, private not-for-profit service providers, including Chibuli, Mengo, and Rubaga hospitals. We visited selected hospitals and health facilities, amongst which we have regional referral hospitals, including Kirudu, Mwende, Masaka, Kayunga, Mulago National Referral Hospital. The task force also visited Mandela National Stadium. We also visited Mityana, Kalisizo, Entebbe Grade B, China-Uganda Friendship Hospital, Lyantonde, Kawolo, and Mityana Hospital. We also visited three health center first, including Kakuto, Bale, and Kalungu health facilities. The data was collected through a number of methods, including interviews and observations, as well as questionnaires. Amongst the findings that we have and observations responding to TOR1, which was inquiring into and report on government preparedness and response to COVID-19, a number of recommendations and observations have been cited, so I'm going to be specific. In Mulago, Chirudu, and Entebbe Grade B, the hospitals had functional X-rays and CT scan machines. These were lacking in Kayunga, Masaka, Mwende, and Naguru regional referral hospitals. About efforts on vaccination of health workers and security personnel, police commandants on the various district task forces indicated that most of the officers had received the first jab, but it was hard to ascertain reception of the second jab. The health workers' response to vaccination, especially in Masaka, was found to be below expected levels. I'm not going to read the recommendations because they seem to be the same, but for specificity, I'm going to read out the findings. It was reported that the district task force had not yet received financial support in the second wave, unlike in the first wave. Cohesion, especially on some of the task forces was a little difficult. A case in point is in Buyikwe and Kayunga. Enforcement of SOPs and adherence to curfew led to police brutality in some of the regions, amongst which is Lugazi, Chigaya, and Inkombo police posts, amongst others. Sensitization of the public about COVID-19. RDCs were seen to be the most common people, sensitizing people about COVID-19, yet we have specialists in this area. That recommendation seems to be different from the others. Government should review the policy on communication to allow space for subject specialists, which will enhance reception of the message that is given to the public. About case management, COVID treatment centers, HDUs and ICUs, owing to the directive of the Ministry of Health to establish CTUs and regional and national referral hospitals, some general wards have been turned into HDUs and ICUs. This is affecting other health services provided at these health facilities. Other than Mulago, most of the regional referral hospitals did not have in place fully functional ICUs. Construction of a 400-bed maternal and child complex was taking place at Masaka Regional Referral Hospital. Lower health facilities were being stretched due to the fact that many of the patients suffering from other ailments feared to visit the regional referral hospitals. So the lower health facilities need to be equipped in order to facilitate their support towards the other ailments that the community is suffering from. About ambulances at hospitals, standard hospital ambulances in the hospitals were a big problem. They were lacking. And those that were available would face rampant mechanical breakdowns and lack of fuel to support the movement of patients and those victims of COVID-19. About oxygen situation in the health facilities, most regional referral hospitals, including Mulago, National Referral Hospitals, they had oxygen plants, but these faced a problem of low electricity supplies, which would lead to insufficient production of the oxygen that is required to support the COVID-19 patients, which has led to a high and overwhelming demand. The recommendation is that we have a direct connection to the umeme, to the electricity sources as directed by the president in his previous speech. Home-based care delivery system. Government adopted the home-based care for patients that were positive for COVID-19 with mild symptoms. However, the teams established that whenever a patient was confirmed to be positive, there were no mechanisms for transporting the patients back home, so they would move on borders, which would pose a big burden and a threat to the community. The recommendation is that government should avail the money for building adequate isolation centers to accommodate patients who are found to be positive and also improve the transportation means. TOR2, to provide assessment of the health impacts of COVID-19 in the community and country at large. COVID-19 tests, positivity rates, and mortality rates. Data from the health facilities visited reveals that out of the 41,659 tests conducted in these facilities, 20% of them were positive. The deaths reported were up to 11%. This is slightly a big loss. From the selected hospitals, a total of 339 health workers were reported to have contracted COVID-19, as shown in the report that you people already have, honorable members. The recommendation is that the Ministry of Health should urgently examine its accreditation policy with a view of expanding it to include the facilities to undertake effective monitoring and supervision. The ministry should urgently review and assess the the challenges faced with the current emergency health ambulance system that was instituted to facilitate patient referrals in order to curb that high death rates. Delivery of other health services. Some general hospitals, such as Entebbe Grade B, that was turned into a CTU, stopped with immediate effect to offer the other health services. So in Masaka, there wasn't in place a functioning general hospital to render health services because the other one was also majorly attending to COVID-19 patients. This is an indicator of the reduced utilization of health services. The recommendations are: government must strengthen the healthcare system and emphasis should be skewed towards building capacities of lower health facilities. Ministry of Health should strengthen a policy on COVID management at hospitals to enhance the triage of COVID-19 victims in order to cater for the issue of stigma and fear of visiting the health facilities that treat COVID-19. Ministry of Health should also integrate management of COVID-19 into routine healthcare services. Government should intensify the COVID-19 and other health service awareness campaigns in order to demystify some of the myths. The impact of COVID-19 on the community and the economy was as follows. The continued lockdown had crippled the capacity of the residents to meet their financial obligations with the financial institutions that they had agreed with. A reduction in Uganda's income due to job and livelihood losses has shown a reduced flow of remittances, loss of market and demand for domestic products, to mention but a few as apparent in the report. A reduction in revenue collections by government is projected to affect service delivery. Some of the recommendations, I'm going to read one. Government must institute a clear response strategy needed to ensure adequate attention and protection for the vulnerable sections of the population, and measures must be applied immediately. In assessing operation, administration, and management of funds,
Grania, please summarize.
I'm about to wind up. Appropriated funds, I think I will not go into that. Honorable Katesh talked about that. Late payment of risk allowances. The risk allowances allotted to health workers is 80,000 shillings. However, it was identified that government continued to tax this little money. And the other thing is that this little allowance was paid to a number of people via mobile money, which they seem not to be happy with. The other thing is that some of the health workers were complaining that they were not yet paid. Efforts to intensify community engagement interventions to curb the outbreak were frustrated by inadequate transportation. As such, contact tracing, which is critical to control the spread of COVID-19, was jeopardized. COVID-19 management in private but not for profit. They are doing a great job. However, some of the PNFPs were not accredited to treat COVID-19, but they volunteered to do the same. They do not have the adequate health personnel to manage COVID-19, so they request that we have government seconding some of the health workers. That is the recommendation. They also lack adequate PPEs, HDUs, and diagnostic equipment. And our recommendation is that government intervene at providing some of these that they need, because the people they work on are Ugandans and they serve at a relatively low cost compared to the other private facilities. Outstanding power bills and insufficient water supply, that was allotted to by some other honorable member. Staffing and accommodation. Most regional referral hospitals were understaffed, especially the ICUs, and yet demand for medical services is immediately required and high. Even those that have been assigned to the various hospitals were hardly available to some of these facilities And so government needs to provide inspections, conduct sensitization and awareness. There were consistent complaints of police brutality, discontent regarding the criteria used in identification of the beneficiaries of the 100,000 shillings for the vulnerables, and then the distance from vaccination centers was viewed to be a challenge to some of the people during the times of restrictions. The recommendation, government should earmark adequate resources for mass sensitization to the lowest community throughout the country. Sensitization should be geared to changing the mindset of all Ugandans about vaccination and control of the spread of COVID-19. Matters incidental, management and containment of COVID-19 at Entebbe Airport and Mutukula. COVID-19 index case was entered in Uganda through the airport. So consequently, the border posts, like the airport inclusive, have remained the major sources of COVID-19. It was realized that some categories of people from the categorized countries were coming in without being tested. For example, category 2 countries who come in when they are vaccinated, they were exempted to testing. And honorable members recommended that we should have each and everyone coming into Uganda through the airport tested to ascertain their negativity of COVID-19. Accreditation of health facilities to treat COVID-19. The surging numbers of COVID-19 cases in the second wave overwhelmed the CTUs and those that were accredited by MOH. Consequently, many health centers were forced to receive and admit COVID-19 patients without adequate facilities. In view of the surging numbers of COVID-19 patients, government should support general hospitals with attendant resources. The weakness in the distribution of the COVID relief fund by OPM that was talked about by Honorable Katesh in the finance report. Right Honorable Speaker, would like to say, whereas there has been some government efforts and achievement in Uganda's COVID-19 management, our findings reveal that government has rather been ad hoc in its response. The current community transmissions can be attributed to this ad hocism. The government health facility preparedness to handle the pandemic is a little lacking. We would like to appreciate the members and the team who sacrificed to do all this work. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and members. That is our report.
Thank you, Honorable Grania. Recap. Chairman, do you have anything to say?
Right Honorable Speaker, I realize colleagues are tired and I might need another 20, 30 minutes, but since the report is not going to be debated today, can I start with the day you'll give us, then I can do the recap such that it helps the members when they are fresh, because it's more or less a summary of the recommendations.
Members will debate this report on Thursday. Tomorrow we'll receive a response on State of Nation address from Leader of Opposition and a motion for thanking the President on the State of Nation address. That will be done tomorrow. Members, I also want to bring to your notice that much as we approved funds for EMIOGA in this house in the last 10th Parliament, this money was disbursed to different districts, to different constituencies, and the monies were received. Unfortunately, the monies have not been put in proper use. And because they've not been put in proper use, we have decided that we will give members of Parliament a short recess of 1 week. In that short recess of 1 week, that will be effective Friday, that is from 5th to 17th. We expect all the members of Parliament to go back to their constituencies to find out what exactly happened to Emyoga. Did the money reach the districts? We must take parliament to the constituencies. We must take parliament down there for people to appreciate what we are doing. The Minister of Finance should give each district a breakdown of how much money was disbursed to that district. And when you go to the constituency or to the district, you need to find out how much money was disbursed to that district. What was the criteria of disbursing these monies to the beneficiaries? Are there real beneficiaries or you have ghost beneficiaries? Are there businesses that these beneficiaries have or not? And once you get that accountability from down there, because one thing, you want votes tomorrow. You want something good for your people. You will not betray your people. So I am sending you from 5th to 17th, and we will expect a report, sub-regional reports on what your findings are. And you're acting under Article 90, doing your oversight role. And remember, you have all the powers when you're in that constituency. You can get any document that you need for you to be able to find out whether the right thing is being done. We have just approved the parish model. We cannot implement the parish model before we know what Emyoga has done. That will be continuous waste of money. And then you say government is not doing anything for the people. Let's help government to help the people down there. Before I adjourn the House, on 13th July 2021, I announced the designation of Honorable Katusime Caroline, the District Woman Representative of Ruchiga, to the Pan-African Parliament by the Government Chief Whip. This designation was sought to replace Honorable Anifa Kaoya, who was appointed as a minister. The designation of Honorable Kamusime Caroline is subject to approval by this House pursuant to Rule 13, Appendix D of the Rules of Procedure. I now put a question that those in support of Honorable Caroline, I now put a question that Honorable Katusime Caroline be approved as a representative of Pan-African Parliament in Parliament of Uganda. Those in favor, say aye. And in contrary, the ayes have it. Members, thank you so much. I want to thank you for your patience, and the ad hoc committee, you've done a very great job. Whatever findings that they've gotten are findings about our people down there. There is nothing political, and I want us to embrace that report. Thank you so much, and thank you for staying all this long. I now adjourn the House to tomorrow at 2.